All right. Good evening, everyone. This is a special meeting of the Zoning Board of Adjustment for Wednesday, March 4th, 2026. Notice has been given in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act by posting a copy of the notice on the first floor of the municipal building and sending a copy to the Montclair Times, Star Ledger, and Herald News. This is a public hearing in which any members of the public are welcome to attend. The meeting agenda is available on the Montclair website, as is a link to the township's YouTube channel, where the hearing can be viewed live or after the fact. The hearing is also being televised on Channel 34. And I will call the roll. Chair McCullough.
Here.
Vice Chair Simon.
Here.
Mr. Caulfield.
Here.
Mr. Church.
Here.
Ms. Harris.
Here.
Mr. Moore is not present. Mr. Vieira.
Here.
Ms. Grant is not present. Mr. Griffith.
Here.
And Mr. Cruz is also not present. Mr. Sullivan.
Here.
All right. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll turn first to the minutes of the February 18th meeting. I didn't note any corrections to the minutes. Did anyone else note any corrections to the minutes?
No.
If not, is there a motion to approve the minutes?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Any abstentions?
Abstain.
All right, then we'll turn to approval of resolutions. The first resolution is our application 2964, 110 Orange Road, the Montclair History Center.
That is Chair McCullough, Ms. Harris, and Mr. Vieira.
All right, I didn't note, again, any corrections to the resolution. Did anyone else note any corrections to the resolution?
And Mr. Caulfield, sorry.
Or is there a motion to approve the resolution as presented?
I'll make the motion.
Is there a second? Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Abstentions?
Abstain.
Second resolution is application 2961, 112 Llewellyn Road. Sharon and Greg Hobbs.
Same people eligible?
Everyone except Mr. Simon.
All right, I didn't note any corrections to this resolution. Anyone else note any corrections? Is there a motion to approve the resolution as presented?
I'll make the motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Abstentions?
Abstain.
And then resolution application 2952, 629 Valley Road, Tiger Pacific Realty LLC.
Who's eligible to vote on that?
That is Chair McCullough, Ms. Harris, and Mr. Vieira.
I was there.
Voted.
You're not eligible.
Oh, that's right. Gotcha.
Again, I didn't note any corrections to this resolution. Are there any other corrections?
No.
Is there a motion to approve the resolution as presented?
Of those three eligible voters?
Correct.
I make the motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? I'm sorry, you don't have a vote. Thank you. No, I'm sorry, you don't. Thank you.
No,
No.
not on that application. That application action was taken at the last meeting. We just adopted the resolution.
I know, but it wasn't public notice.
It was public noticed. Okay, let's go.
Okay. Are there any abstentions? All right. All right. Oh, there was, yes, I certainly understand what you're saying. However, there was appropriate public notice that was given. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but there was a notice that was given to the public. A public hearing was held. There were questions and statements made by members of the public, and the board had an opportunity to examine it and to make a decision. So it is, unfortunately, it is a closed matter.
Where was the notice made? We're a bunch of residents and business people. We don't know anything about that.
Can you clarify which application
Yeah,
you're
what
referring
application
to?
you talking
please?
There,
29 Valley Road, the rehabilitation office.
Oh, the rehab.
that's right.
The matter's closed. Let's
The
go.
matter is closed. Okay. All right, we
Where was the notice made?
do we want to speak to that or not? Or we close? I think.
Well, let's, okay, the action was already taken by the board under the municipal land use law that we're required to adopt the resolution, but this matter was heard at an initial meeting on proper public notice on December 17, 2025. It was then carried to the January 21, 26 matter with no further, hearing with no further notice. The applicant then requested an adjournment. It was carried to the February 18, 2026 hearing with no further notice. The application was completed at that point. The board approved the application, and we adopted the resolution tonight. The matter is closed.
Why no further notice?
That's typical when applicants initially notice for a hearing. For example, tonight's hearing is not going to finish tonight, the application of 120 Watchung Avenue, and that will be carried to a subsequent meeting on a date to be determined without further notice. When an application is carried from one meeting to the next, there's no requirement that the applicant renotice.
You had like 5 or 6 of us stand up and talk and express our deep concerns about the parking situation, the safety situation on that intersection. And a lot of you
This is why we don't
like
do
you
it.
really understood us,
All right.
okay?
I'm sorry, but
And now we didn't know that this happened. How
Right.
are we supposed to know to come back and voice opinions again?
well,
Did you take into account anything we said?
yes, we start. Excuse me. This is turn the microphone down. Some feedback. So, yes, I mean, the zoning board certainly heard the concerns that were expressed in the previous hearing. Those were discussed when the application was considered. The zoning board, of course, is limited according to the statutes as noted by our council. And so, as he has stated appropriately, this matter has been appropriately heard in the public. It has been discussed. It has been reviewed. It has been decided upon. It
So
is.
have we
It
thrown
is.
out the ordinance that medical offices should not be on the first floor retail? Have
No.
we thrown that out? Should we all?
Okay, you
Okay.
need to get order in the
Okay.
meeting here.
All right, we're going to have to move on, but if you want to discuss this in private later, we can discuss it in private later. All right?
How can we schedule that?
Uh,
What's the best way to do that?
There's not a scheduling. If you want to remain at the end of the meeting and have...
No, the board's not going to discuss this further.
I'm talking about with me personally. If you want to have a conversation with me personally, you can remain at the end of the meeting, and I'll be glad to talk with you about it. But as far as the zoning board is concerned, this matter is now closed. All right, we're moving on now to,
Good idea.
we have no old business, so we're moving on to new business.
Pandora's box.
And that is application 2932. That is 120 Watchung Avenue, Jernail Singh and Novdeep Singh Sandu. This application calls for use variance pursuant to NJSA 40:55D-70D1. A variance for Montclair Code Section 347-101. A variance for Montclair Code Section 347-104. A variance from Montclair Code Section 347-96. And a variance from Montclair Code Section 347-96. Mr. Tremulak?
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board.
Okay, just 1 second. Okay, thank you. So has public notice been given, and are all fees in order?
Yeah, public notice has been given and taxes are in order.
All right, thank you. Mr. Tremblay?
Yes, good evening again, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. It's nice to see everyone. First of all, for the record, my name is Alan Tremulak. As you know, I'm appearing on behalf of the applicants in this application, Jernail Singh, who's sitting to my right, and his brother, Novdeep Singh Sandu. Before I talk about the application, let me first start by expressing my personal gratitude and my client's gratitude to the board for scheduling this special meeting to hear this application tonight. My client's been anxious to have this heard, has been waiting patiently for the matter to come up for a hearing. We were ready to go a month ago, and unfortunately I came down with an illness and could not proceed, to my client's disappointment as well as mine. Again, you guys work pretty hard, and I appreciate the fact that you schedule a special meeting to hear us tonight.
You're welcome.
I want to thank you very much for the courtesy in doing that. All right, so with respect to this application, the property is 120 Watchung Avenue. This is an application for site plan approval and a D1 use variance. The property, I think everyone is familiar with, we're talking about tonight, is the gasoline service station located at 120 Watchung Avenue in the heart of the Watchung Plaza business district, sort of almost a central point in the district there. It's interesting to note that I always find it interesting when we go back into the records here. There's been a gasoline filling station at this location for almost 100 years. This board, I'm pretty sure none of you were on the board at the time, granted a use variance in 1931 to allow for a gasoline filling station at this property. Some years later, the Board of Adjustment granted an additional approval to allow for the addition of a service station to go along with the gasoline pumps. So these two uses that currently exist on this property have coexisted on this property for many, many, many years. However, I think it's also important to note that under our current zoning ordinances in effect today, gasoline pumping stations or filling stations are not permitted uses anywhere in the town of Montclair, and automobile service stations are not permitted anywhere in the town of Montclair except for the C2 commercial district. So what that leaves us with is we're dealing with a property that currently has two non-conforming, legally non-conforming, but non-conforming uses, the pump stations and the service station. And what we're proposing in this application is to eliminate one of those non-conforming uses, really an outdated use, meaning that the service repair station, their service bays, and replace that use with a use that is conforming to the permitted uses in the NC neighborhood commercial zoning district, namely a retail use, in this case a retail convenience store. Obviously, in the neighborhood commercial zone, retail uses are not only permitted, but I think preferred uses. And the only reason we have a D variance in this case is because my client seeks to retain the gasoline pumps, which have, again, existed at this property for almost a century. If we were here just seeking to convert the entire, to eliminate the pumps, eliminate the service station, and just put a retail use there, we wouldn't be before this board because that would be a permitted use, what the zoning incurs. So the only reason we require the D variance is because of our desire to retain the gasoline pumps in addition to converting the existing service bay to a very modern, very aesthetically pleasing and useful use as a convenience store. As we all know, gasoline pumps combined with retail convenience stores is very common throughout the state. We've seen more and more of these locations converted to combination filling station and retail convenience store. In our town, I believe, the exception of this property, there are 4 other what I would consider major gasoline stations in town. Two of those four existing stations have convenience stores along with gasoline pumps. And that would be namely the Shell station at the corner of Pine Street and Bloomfield Avenue, and the Exxon station at the corner of Bloomfield Avenue and Elm Street. So again, what we're proposing is consistent with what's going on throughout the state, probably throughout the country, and not inconsistent with other similar uses in the town of Montclair. And again, the trend is, the reality is, in addition to the fact that more and more people are switching to electric vehicles, there's a trend really that these service stations are just not being utilized as people. I think more people choose to have their car serviced at dealerships rather than local service stations. And the service station at this site, in addition to being rather unsightly, aesthetically displeasing in my view, has really not been utilized for a number of years. My clients purchased this property about 1.5 years ago, and as you can see, they've already invested a significant amount of money in improving the property. There's now providing what I would call brand name gas. It's now a Gulf station with new signage, new pumps, new canopy, new lighting. It's really, I think, brightened up and improved this property considerably. And what we're hoping to do with this application is improve it even more by making it look like the rendering that's on the screen there, and not only providing a bright, functional building there, but also adding streetscape improvements with a decorative wall, sort of announcing to the public they're now entering Watchung Plaza. And again, it's consistent with my client's desire to make this a better and more useful property, with benefits to the business community, the business district, as well as the town. And not just final comment. My law practice was located at Watchung Plaza for 13 years. I was above the bookstore on the second floor of that building, so I'm very familiar with Watchung Plaza and very fond of Watchung Plaza. And the plaza, as well, like most of our business districts in town, is really thriving. There's a lot of activity there. Consequently, we get a little tougher to find a parking place now and then, but people are utilizing the plaza. One thing that there's not there at the plaza that we used to have, there used to be several locations where there were essentially convenience stores where you could go and pick up a quart of milk or a dozen eggs or whatever else you might need. There's nothing there currently that fills that need. So this would fill that need in the plaza and for the surrounding community. In addition to eliminating, again, what I consider to be an unsightly and unused piece of property. So the relief we're seeking from the board is obviously the D1 use variance that I already indicated. There are 3, I think, minor C variances, which we'll discuss. And of course, we need site plan approval. So that's what we're here for. I have a total of 4 witnesses to present to the board. My first witness will be my client, Mr. Singh, and then after him we'll have Switzer, the project architect, testify, followed by our traffic engineer, Elizabeth Dolan, who will discuss parking and traffic impacts of the application. Our fourth and final witness is Peter Steck, who you all know pretty well. Unfortunately, Peter has a scheduling conflict. He's appearing, I believe, in Mendham tonight, and in all likelihood is not going to be available. In the event, I'm hopeful we get through the first three witnesses that I indicated, and then Mr. Steck we'll probably have to adjourn at that point and have him come back at the next meeting. So, having said that, unless the board has any preliminary questions for me, I'd like to call my first witness, Jernail Singh.
Let's swear in our witness first. Zana, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
Yes.
I do.
State your name and position with the municipality.
Zanab Ghazmi, Assistant Planner.
And Mr. Singh, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
Yes.
State your name and business address.
My name is Jernail Singh, Jernail. Last name is Singh, Singh, and 120 Watchung Avenue, Montclair.
Okay.
Do any members of the board have questions for Mr. Tremblay? All right.
Bobby spoke too much
We'll proceed.
already.
Thank you.
All right, Janelle, are you one of the owners of the gasoline station located at 120 Watchung Avenue?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and are there any other owners in addition to yourself?
Yes.
Who is that?
He's my nephew and my son also. He's a family-oriented business.
Okay, is your brother also
Yes,
involved?
you know.
Okay, all right. And in addition to owning the gas station, do you also own the real estate?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and is that also, that's owned by a separate limited liability company, is that right?
Yes.
And who are the owners of that?
All is me and my family also.
Okay, so it's a family-owned
Yes.
operation, okay. And when did you purchase the property along with the gas station?
I'm talking about the Watchung Avenue in August 24, year and a half ago.
Okay. Can you, before I go into that, do you own any other gasoline stations?
Yes.
How many?
6.
Okay, and 6 in addition to?
No, 5 and plus this one.
Okay, 5 in addition to Watchung
Yes,
Plaza?
yes.
Okay. And where are those stations located?
He's on all in Queens and Long Island City, Queens, Brooklyn, and right by the Kennedy Airport, and Long Island also, Brentwood.
Okay. How long have you owned service
Since
station? When did you purchase your first?
1985,
1985?
almost 41 years.
Okay. How many of those other locations that you currently have convenience stores?
I have 4,
4 of the 5?
yes.
Okay. Now, the convenience stores in addition to?
Yes, and the 7-Eleven also,
Okay, in addition to fueling pumps?
yes.
Okay. All right. Can you just talk briefly and describe for the board some of the improvements that you've made to this property since you purchased it about a year and a half ago?
Everybody knows about, because that pump is really piece of very garbage kind of thing. When I came there, I changed the name, I put the canopy, I cleaned the tanks, I cleaned the corner, I threw about almost 4 containers of the garbage from the station. So I make it looks good. I put some flowers around there, and everybody loved that corner now.
Okay.
We improving business also a lot.
Okay.
The first day I bought the station, I sold about $300. Now I'm doing about $4,000 a day.
Okay.
So we improve the business there also.
Okay. And the current, you have the gasoline pumps, which obviously you're operating. Have you utilized the service station since you purchased the property?
No,
You haven't done any automobile
No,
repairs?
no.
So that's basically been unused?
yes,
Okay. And it's in the same condition, except for all the debris and things you removed? It's
Yes.
in more or less the same condition it was a year and a half ago?
yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Before we talk about your plans for the future, let me just ask you a few questions about your current operation, which is just the fueling pumps. How many employees do you have that are currently working at the
We have
location?
two employees, one in full-time and one is part-time, plus my brother. He's just watching, he's covering all the gas stations.
Okay. So how many employees are working at the location at one point in time? What's the most number of employees working at the site at one time?
At two,
Two.
yes.
Okay. Is your brother there most of
My
the time?
brother's gonna be on top of that, yes. One, his wife gonna be work with him.
No, we're just talking about current, what
Okay,
exists
okay.
today.
Yes,
So you have your brother and then two,
two other guys. yes.
okay. And the two employees other than your brother, do they basically operate the gasoline pumps?
Yes,
Okay. And so is it fair to say you have one employee pumping gas in the morning and one in the
One in the
afternoon, or
afternoon.
similar to that?
Yes.
Okay. Does your brother drive a car to work?
yes, my brother drive a car.
Okay. And where does he currently park the car?
He parks sometime in the gas station, some behind, we have a parking lot, sometime he park there, so behind the,
Okay. So okay, so he's driving to work. What about the other two employees? Do they drive a car?
They just come by bike, they don't drive the car.
Where do they live?
They live on Verona apartment in,
They live in Verona?
yes.
And they
They come
take-
with the bike, everybody have his own bike.
Okay, okay. And what are the current hours of operation for the fueling station?
Right now, we are doing 6 to 9.
6 in the
something-
morning till
yeah,
9 at night?
9 o'clock, yes.
Okay, do you ever go past 9 o'clock?
Sometime when, the summertime, when it's busy, we see depend on the customer. Sometimes the customer comes, maybe half an hour extra, otherwise, no.
What's the latest you would remain
The
open?
most 9:30, not even like more than that.
Okay, all right. So your application that we're presenting tonight is to convert the service station or the service bays,
Yes.
which you indicate haven't been used, to a convenience store,
Yes.
correct? Okay. So I'd like to now talk about what you anticipate that operation to entail in terms of hours of operation and employees. First of all, what would the hours of operation be for the convenience store if it were to be approved by this board?
Almost same is gonna be, when the weekend might be gonna go like half an hour, 40-minute extra, otherwise it's gonna be most the same.
So 6 in the morning till 9 at night?
9:30.
Maybe a little bit past 9?
Maybe a little bit, yes.
Okay. And how many employees would you have working in the convenience store?
Maybe 2 at a time. One inside, the one is gonna be covered, like 2 people gonna be working there.
All right, let's take it separately. How many, would,
3 people gonna be work at a time.
okay. 2 in the store and 1 pumping
One
gas?
pumping gas, yes.
Okay. And would 1 or 2 of those people be your brother or your brother's wife?
My brother's wife, yes.
Okay. Okay. Will there be any food prepared in the convenience store?
No, only just will heat up,
Okay.
not to prepare, heat up, mostly, warm up and serve, that's all.
So would there be any cooking facilities in
No,
the
sir,
building?
no,
Okay.
no.
So when you say most you'd have is food that would be heated up, I think we're all familiar with going into a
gonna
7-Eleven or
be- you can-
convenience store
yeah.
with hot dogs on a roller and
Yes,
stuff like that?
yes.
And then maybe breakfast sandwiches that are pre-made that need to be heated up in a microwave?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
yes.
Is that the most you would
Yeah,
have?
that's
in
the most
terms
I
of-
do that.
Okay.
Same as 7-Eleven and most other people does that.
Okay. But no food would be prepared on
No.
site? There'd be no cooking and things
No.
of that sort? Okay. What about deliveries to the store? Based upon the the stores you currently operate, how many times a week would a delivery truck be coming for the convenience store? I'm not talking about fueling.
Most of the time, the way I'm operating other gas station, we do once a week. You know, we order in one time, there comes once a week, like a Thursday or Friday, one time, once a week.
And what time of day would those?
Like 8 to 10, anytime, and sometime comes like a 7 o'clock, between 7 to 10, it comes most of the time,
In the morning?
yes.
Okay, but just once a week?
Once a week, yes.
Okay. What about your gasoline delivery trucks? How often do you have deliveries of those?
Maybe we have once and twice a week, it depends on business. But that most comes at night time, like a 9:30, 10 o'clock, after we close, they come and drop.
Okay. And again, usually once a week, at
Maybe
most twice a week?
Twice a week, maybe.
All right, at night, at the hours
most
that you
of, yes.
mentioned? Okay. All right. Now, part of your application includes adding a second floor
Right,
to the existing building, correct?
yes.
Okay. Can you describe or explain to the board what would be located on the second floor and how the second floor would be utilized?
That is gonna be my office. And the most of the time, you know, I have my paperwork. Sometimes the expensive stuff like a cigarette, we stock the cigarette and the lotto ticket, most. That's all. Only is gonna be my office use.
So there'd be an office for
Yes.
you or for the
my-
convenience
yeah, my
store
convenience store, yes.
business, the
Yes.
on-site business, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you'd also store some product up there,
Yeah,
as you mentioned?
some, you know, the expensive one, like, you know, like a cigarette, you could say, the lotto ticket and all that, some, you know, expensive, we stock sometime in the office.
Okay. And is there also a restroom provided
Yes.
from the second floor?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any intention to rent out that second floor space to another party?
No, sir.
Okay. It's strictly intended
No, we don't want.
for your use
No.
or the use of the business located on the
Yes.
property? Okay. And if the application was approved by the board,
Right.
would you be willing to agree to a condition that provided that the second floor space could not be rented out to any
No,
third
I'm not,
party?
definitely, 100% I'm not gonna be rented out.
So you would
Yeah, I'm not
be
gonna be
fine
able to
with
my
that?
use also, you know, because we have to,
Okay. All right. Then, if you can talk briefly about trash or recycling.
Right.
How is that going to be handled? You're going to have a trash enclosure on the property, correct?
yes, we do have a private company, they comes once a week to pick up the most, when some cardboard is extra, we call them a second time, otherwise 95% time they come once a week.
Just once a week?
Yes.
And what time of the day do they normally?
5:30 to 7,
Okay, at night?
yeah, afternoon,
Okay, all right. And no more than twice a week?
no.
Okay. All right. My last question is, you've been down there at Watchung Plaza now for a year and a half. I take it
Yes.
you've gotten to know some of the other merchants in the
Yes.
community.
Yeah.
Have you spoken to some of your other merchants at the plaza about your plans to hopefully obtain approval to open the convenience stores?
Yes, I
Okay.
spoke to everyone, most of my neighbors.
Tell me about your most immediate neighbor would be the hardware store.
Yes, hardware store, and the pizza guy and all that.
Have you spoken to
Yeah, them
Roy
is-
from the hardware
Yeah,
store?
Roy is here already.
Okay. And
Mr. Jernail, I mean, it's okay to have him testify that he's discussed the plans with the adjacent neighbors, but those statements are hearsay, and they're free to come during the public portion and render their comments.
okay. All right. Just let me just ask one or two follow-ups. Did you talk with there's a coffee shop right on the corner?
Yes.
Across the street. Without saying what was discussed, did you talk to the owner of the coffee shop?
Yes,
About your
I
plans?
spoke to him one time, he says, please don't. Yes, yes,
It's okay.
yeah.
Okay, so all right, so you've spoken to people down
To
there to
everybody,
let them
yes.
know? Okay. Okay, that's all I have for Mr. Singh, Mr. Chairman.
All right, Mr. Simon, do you have any questions?
Good evening. These aren't in any order, so please bear with me. Just to start, you said the hours of operation is 6 to 9. Is that 7 days a week, Monday through Friday, Monday through Saturday?
Is it 7 days a week?
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
7 days.
7 days a week,
Yes.
6 to 9:30, same
Yes.
hours throughout. Okay. Now, just to be clear, in terms of the employees, with the store, you said you would have 2 people in the store and 1 person at the pump.
Yes.
But as of today, you only have 1 person,
Only one person pumping gas at a time.
1 person? Okay. And then you said the employees, they ride their bike to work.
Second?
You said the employees, am I talking to you?
Yeah, it's okay. My English is, sorry, my English is a little bit.
Oh, sorry. Your employees, you said they ride a bike to work.
Yes.
So what did they do during this winter time when you couldn't ride a bike?
Usually, nobody stop them. Most of the time they comes. My brother picked them up sometime when it's very, very bad weather. My brother duty, they pick them from home and bring it here.
Okay. So you're confirming that they don't park on the site?
No.
They don't require parking? Okay. In terms of your other stores, are they all Gulf stations or are they various brands?
Which one?
Your other stores that you own, you said you
The
own?
others, yeah, I have 3 golf and 1 Sunoco.
Okay.
I mean, 4 golf, 1 Sunoco.
Okay. All right. In terms of the gas tanks at this property, don't the tanks have to be changed like every 10 years or so?
No.
They
not
don't?
10, no. This, if you change one time, and one after 50 years, 60 years. This is
60-year
very
tanks.
good. Now the product goes 100 years.
Okay, and do you know when the last time these tanks were changed?
I think was in 86, something like that. As far as my knowledge, this is a fiberglass, never go bad years and years.
And is there any kind of inspection for them?
Oh yeah, sure, every year, every 3 months, every month.
Okay. Okay. As of today, when you get a fuel delivery, where does the truck park?
The truck comes to the Watchung Avenue. This goes to the right side of the pump, like, if I will explain you there when it comes, in the pictures I will show you.
If you
Can I
need
go?
to, you can go up there, but you're gonna need to take that handheld for now. Oh, okay. Hello?
Yes, sir. Okay. They come from the Watchung Avenue. The most time, the tank is right here. The truck goes right here and drop the gas.
And this is a full tanker car and it fits totally on the property?
Yes.
Or does it, so it completely drives on the property? to
Here's
fill
my
the tank?
property, yes.
Okay, and you said it's done after
And
hours?
get out from there to the other street on the sides. They drop the gas here, drive around the street and come back.
And this is done only after hours?
Yes, a half hour, maybe almost 20 minutes, something like that,
But it's after hours,
After hours, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Sticking with trucks, so what is the garbage pickup? Is it a full-size dumpster truck? The trash pickup?
Yes, this is in the corner, and it's like, you could say the 3-yard container. We have separate place. They enter from the other street, they from this street to go there to pick up and come back. They don't go this side.
So they
On the
back
co-
in and
In the
come out?
corner, we have a separate place for the garbage.
So they back in,
Yes, they back in, yes.
okay. So now if I, you haven't testified to this, but, so the garbage is in the back and has to be brought forward?
No, this is the corner of the property. The corner of the property, we park on the side of the property, and we cover the garbage around the corner. When they come, he back up the truck and pick up, and that's all. It's very easy to back and forth.
I just want to be clear, so, because on the drawings,
Yes.
you have the trash enclosure behind the building.
Now they did, I'm talking about the present now. Then
Okay.
later on, after that, we go according to the, whatever the shows in the papers.
Okay, so when, with the new intention, someone would have to bring it to, in front of
Yes,
the,
yes.
okay, that's fine.
Yeah, okay, now you can go.
To be back up to here.
Yes, okay, that's good.
Now, who do you think is gonna be, who is your intended customer for the convenience store?
Say again?
Who do you think is your primary customer for the convenience store?
Most comes for the gas. People, they come, sometimes they park car, grab a cup of coffee and sandwich and stuff, something like that. The most in the neighborhood.
Okay, because my thought was that you were targeting this for people using the train. So
Yeah,
you'd have a lot of
also-
foot traffic.
Also everybody, yes, also.
Okay. So now for the restroom, is that restroom going to be public?
Yes,
So peop-
always. We have a public and going to be public.
Okay. Oh, so you have a restroom
Yes,
current today
yes,
that's
yes.
open, okay. Okay, that's all I have, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Church?
I have no questions.
Ms. Harris?
I have no questions for the witness at the time.
Mr. Caulfield?
With the new gas station, are you going to have a air pump and vacuum there as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Not the vacuum, the air pump is the most important, then the air is the most important than the vacuum. If we do have the place, then we install the vacuum, otherwise no. If the people have a problem, then we're not gonna install the vacuum.
Okay.
So, the most is a gas, air pump. You know, sometimes the people get flat.
Yeah. The garbage, today's, the garbage is on the Watchung side? Your garbage pickup today is, it's on the Watchung side, is that correct?
No, today is on the other side.
It's on the other side?
The other
Okay,
side.
Okay. I think the hardware store rents parking from you, is that correct?
Second,
Does the hardware store rent parking from you? at
no.
all? No, okay.
No.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Griffith?
You've, looking at the architectural drawings, you have a good deal of landscape design, and you have a good deal of detailed brickwork on the building. It's very nice. Do you take pride in the quality of the building?
Yes.
Are you a gardener in your spare
What
time?
is it? What's it?
Let me finish.
Yes, okay, yes, sir.
Yes?
I think he asked if you take pride in the quality of the building. Is that your question, Mr. Griffith?
Yeah,
Okay, thank you. In the course of designing the building, did you ever consider putting the second floor to the far north as opposed to centered? And the reason why I ask is because it would give you more space for the stair on the back, and then you wouldn't have that weird angle in the stair, and you probably wouldn't use the cheaper tile brick on the backside of the stair.
we are doing the brick in the backside of the building, yes.
Sorry?
We are putting the brick in the backside of the building also.
I can't
Yeah,
hear you.
He said that they're putting brick in the
In the backside
rear
of
of
the
the building. I'm not
Yeah,
sure that's
it's
what your
brick
question was.
on the stair, where the stair is, it's brick tile it's not face brick. So it's this thick, not that thick. It's a different kind of brick.
We could do.
It makes a thinner wall, and it was, I believe it was driven because you're proximate to the property line. But if you were to move the second floor to the north,
Right,
you'd have plenty of room
right.
to put the stair in and use real brick.
Right.
So the whole building was made out of one continuous, better quality material.
Right, okay,
And you'd have to move your accessory structure that you have the trash in that's violating a 20-foot setback already, and you'd have to find a way to incorporate it into the building or in the front, which you probably don't want to do, but.
we can discuss with
I
them.
think, the architect's going to be
You can-
testifying
you
that.
can-
I think
Yeah,
that's
I apologize, because
That's
it's mostly,
okay.
it is a question for both the owner and the architect, so I'm glad that you'd considered that. I think it would be an improvement on your plan, and I think it would be an improvement to the quality of the building that you give to the neighborhood.
Okay.
Because I'm impressed with what you bring to the neighborhood with regard to the quality of the construction.
Okay.
I have some issues with your drawings. This is for the architect. So it's not clear where the site wall starts and stops. It's not clear where the retaining wall starts and stops. I'm sure they're there.
Right.
I'm guessing it's not problematic, but it should be clarified. I can talk to the architect about that.
No problem.
That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Vieira?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening. I have a few questions. You mentioned that you currently own 7-Elevens?
Yes,
That's correct, yeah.
yes.
Is your intention to put a 7-Eleven here or a 7-Eleven style convenience store?
I'm gonna be 7-Eleven style, but they're not gonna approve, they change the law. They have to have a 2,500 square feet building. They're not gonna give you less than 2,500 square feet building we have. So we have in 1980 or 2000. So they did not approve me.
Just too small, okay.
Yes.
Regarding the second floor, you've mentioned that you're planning to use the second floor as your office,
My
correct?
office, yes.
Your office.
Yes.
Is there any intention to convert it to residential or?
No.
No,
No,
just
sir.
office,
No, sir.
office use? And there's no intention to rent?
No,
this?
sir.
Yeah, so you'll use that. When you will go to the office, would you park on site?
My
Did you-
brother gonna use, my office in the Queens, so my brother gonna use the office in the second floor. He have one car, and there's gonna be parked sometime close to that.
Okay. But you might also come when your brother is there,
I
so you
come
will also park?
maybe after 1 month, once a month, twice a month. So my brother usually carry to me, because I'm a little too old to drive now.
So sometimes you share
Yeah,
cars?
sometimes, yeah,
Okay.
yes, yes.
Okay. As far as the improvements that you've done to the site, so the improvements were mainly in the gas station, correct?
Yes.
You didn't do anything to the convenience store space, so the service area? No, that's
I
what.
mean, I didn't understand what you said.
So the improvements
Right.
that you've completed are only so far, are in the gas station area, correct?
Yes.
Yeah,
And gas station and the convenience store.
yeah,
right.
but the convenience store is now what you're trying to
Right.
improve.
I
right.
already built it 4 convenience store and gas station. I do very, very excellent constructions. After I build the station, your people are gonna love it. I
think
can
the-
make a very beautiful site there.
I think Mr. Vieira's question was whether you've made any improvements to the
Yeah.
service station where you propose to put the convenience
Yeah,
store.
that's correct.
Is that your question?
Yes, we do clean the building. I was waiting for the permission to do more update on the building.
Okay. The other question I had is about the the compressed air that you mentioned for flat tires. So is the plan to have this unit, this system operating 24/7 or during the office
But
hours?
6 to 9:30, 9 o'clock, something like that.
Okay,
It is not a neighborhood like a 24 hours, you know.
it's not 24/7. Okay. Okay, I think that's all I had. Thank you.
I also have a few questions for you. So can you, first of all, tell us what is it that attracted you to this site in the first place? You mentioned that you have 4 other locations.
Yes.
Why did you choose Watchung Plaza to establish this business?
Actually, I want to set my brother here. We are big family. We are more 15 people in the family. So everywhere we see the business place, I like the place. I say I can set up my business here good. So my brother's family I want to set up here. So we help each other. So I find out this place is a location, I like it. And day I came in, I said we have to buy this building on any condition.
So you decided that this was a good location
Good.
for your business because you already established family presence here in this
Yes, sir.
community. So you mentioned that there was no mechanical work being done in the auto bays.
No, sir.
Okay, is that by intent or I mean, you never intended to do that or what?
No, sir. Actually, the day by day, the car is coming like electric. The most of it now, the electric time is coming. So every year, 20%, 30%, the car is coming. So the most repair is by the dealer. So you can't make no money with the really it's hard to find a labor, hard to find a mechanic. That's the reason I decided not to go. I've been running one big operation as repair, but it's hard to find a good mechanic. And now every year almost car is going to an electric. So that business is not going to have a long length of life, you know. So most of the time, the people go to dealer. So that's the reason I decided to go to convenience store.
So you don't envision that people who have electric vehicles would ever be looking for an alternative to
Yes.
go into their dealer?
Yes.
You-
The most every year you can see the world going to the electric, to the green day.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that in all, I think, but one of your businesses, you currently have a convenience store. Is
No,
that
we
correct?
have not a one, we have 4.
So in all of them, they all have a convenience store?
Yes.
Okay. Except for one?
Except one.
And is this the one, or is there's another?
This the one, yes.
This is the one?
Yes.
This is the exception right now?
Yes.
And so that, what you're sharing with us is that this is basically your business model, that you envision always having a gas station along with a convenience store,
Yes,
that's
yes.
really
Yes.
your intent for this property, has always been your intent for this property,
Yes,
is that
with the-
correct?
With the convenience store, I like that, with the convenience store.
And so when you purchased this property, you said a little more than a year ago, did you explore with neighboring businesses and people as to whether or not there was an interest in having a gas station with a convenience store?
Yes, I see that. I spoke to a lot of people, everybody said, love, I like it, it's a good idea.
And then the other question I have is, you mentioned that your intent is for one person to be employed in the pumping area, and then 2 people in the convenience store. You mentioned, I think, that all of these people are in one way or another related to you, is that correct?
Yes, sir, with the
Okay.
family.
So can you speak to how this expanded business establishment benefits the community in terms of employment opportunities?
Do you ever foresee the employment of people in your business other than family members, or is this strictly a
in case
family?
I need, I do have it. On my other business, I have almost 47 people as employees. When I require more people, then I hire from outside also.
So
Right
they-
now, I have 47 employees working with me, different locations.
In the different locations,
Yes.
right, right. But this location, you only
This
anticipate
location,
about
no,
3?
because it's not giving me a good money right now. Once I start doing that, we can extend the business and we can have a more employee lit. Maybe when business improve, we can have more,
You could potentially employ more people.
yes.
All right, I have no more questions for
Let
this.
me just ask, the chairman indicated that you would have a maximum of 3 individuals working on site at any one time, is that correct?
Yes.
That's 2 in the convenience store and 1 at the fueling station?
Yes.
Okay, you didn't say anything, I just want to make sure that's accurate. Yes, right?
Say again?
There's going to be a maximum of 3
Three, yes,
individuals
yes.
on site at any one time.
Three, yes.
Other members of the public that would like to ask questions of this witness, you'll have that opportunity to come forward. We'll ask for you to, you'll be sworn in, you'll be asked to state your name, and then frame your question. Do you think we should do statements and questions, or just
No,
questions?
We do questions after each individual witness,
Right.
and then at the conclusion of the plaintiff's case, or the applicant's case, which Mr. Cheviak is not going to be tonight, correct?
Yes, it's not.
It's not going to be. So that would be whenever we carry it subsequently and their case is concluded, then the members of the public will be able to make statements. But right now, it's limited to questions of this witness and the testimony he's given thus far.
All right, so you're welcome to come to the microphone, but frame whatever you'd like to offer in the form of a question. Please come forward. Thank you.
And state your name and address, please.
My name is Claire. My name is Claire Ciliata, that's spelled Ciliota. I live at 279 Park Street, Montclair. My question for Mr. Singh is, has he dealt with the problem of women with baby carriages and children without baby carriages running up and down that street in terms of the safety of cars not only coming in and out now for gas, but coming in and out to park for the convenience store? That street is heavily trafficked. I've lived on it for over 40 years with children, babies, and women, and the kids run ahead. And I wondered if he has thought about that and how to protect the children of Montclair and their mothers and babies. Thank you.
I'm gonna,
Able to answer that?
yes, I'm gonna be very careful on that. I try to best my effort for the woman come with the children, how to keep it safe, and I try my best in there.
Okay, good.
State your name and address, please.
Gerald Fierst,
Spell your last name, please.
Fierst, 259 Park Street. Hi, Mr. Singh. I'm curious, you spoke to local merchants. Did you speak to the crossing guard, Paul, who's there from 7 to 9 and 2:30 to 4? He has very strong opinions.
Right.
Did you speak to him?
With the guy with the coffee shop,
No, the crossing guard, Paul,
crossing guard, my brother.
who helps the children
No,
cross the street.
My brother is always there. He spoke to him. My brother, yes.
Your brother spoke to Paul?
I spoke to
Oh,
him, yes.
okay. I was under the impression, because I was speaking to Paul this morning.
He's there 7 days a week, my brother.
Yeah. Yes, I know your brother. Thank you. I'm also, because I've lived there here 50 years, and I knew the previous owner and his wife of blessed memory. But I remember when the tanks were changed, and there was some controversy about testing the soil, contamination of the soil. And I wonder if that wouldn't be true also under the building. I don't know what the final resolution was, but I understood that it was never quite determined whether a full testing of the soil for contamination had been done.
That's been done properly by law. The water was a little contamination. We're doing every month. The guy comes every month and put the chemical in the ground, and we're doing proper way it's supposed to be.
And that's under the building too?
Not under the building, only just at the bottom of the water.
Uh-huh.
The building under is good, no problem. On the water contaminates. No soil. Soil is good. When I bought the building, I checked the soil. The guy come and he drilled the hole.
Right.
The soil is good. All the water is contaminated.
Okay.
So we are treating that when every month we're doing that.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Just a question about with the planned construction, you're not tearing down any of the current building, are you?
No, we're not.
So you just
no.
reinforcing,
Yes.
reinvigorating, so you're not tearing any structure down to rebuild?
No, not into the ground, the bottom, no.
Thank you.
Mr. Vieira, you had a question?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, please.
Hello, my name is Donna Pickett. I live at 255 Park Street. I thought there was the law case is still open for the contaminated water. I thought it was soil, but I guess you're saying it's water. So what does that mean if it's still an open lawsuit? And what does that mean for serving food there? Even though you're not cooking, how does that work and how do we approve that? How do we look into that?
Can I answer? Yeah. The water, if they don't make any effect for the food, the water goes 30, 40 feet under the ground, right? It don't make any effect on the food at the gas station.
So are we going to have the health department?
Yes. Yes.
Look at everything?
Everything, yes. They are doing, health department are doing every quarterly. They're monitoring every quarterly.
Okay. So I would like to make a note of that we need the health department to look into this before this is approved. And I want to talk about the products that you mentioned. So you said you're going to get deliveries. I wrote down one time a week. I wrote deliveries one time, maybe twice.
Yes.
Okay, how can that be if you're buying products from 10 different vendors for cigarettes, for e-cigarettes, for bubble gum, for sandwiches? These are all different companies, so how can you say it's going to be 1 or 2 times a week? Are you going to ask them to get together and coordinate?
Can I answer?
Yeah.
Is one company delivering everything.
Okay.
There's only one company delivering A to Z. It's a big company, they're all delivering.
Okay.
We don't have to call different company. The one company, HLA.
And you're sure about
they call,
that?
yes, HLA.
And we
A
can-
to Z, they're delivering everything. Not to me, everybody they're delivering, once a week.
And how can we enforce that? Because how can you enforce that? Well, who's going to monitor him?
I'm sorry. At this point, you can only address questions to the witness. Thank you.
Then I'm done because he just answered. But my question is, how's that going to be monitored?
That's a question that you'll be able to pose later on in the process of the hearing.
Yeah.
But at this point, the questions have to be addressed specifically to the witness.
Okay. And so then you said the convenience store hours are 6 to 9,
Yes.
7 times a week. Once again, how are you going to guarantee that you're going to stop serving, you're going to close at 9 o'clock? Maybe go to 9:30 or 10 o'clock on the weekend. I know there's no ordinance in town saying that a business has to close in that area at 9 o'clock. You can be open until midnight, because I've called about that. So once again, how's that going to be monitored? But
I can
that's not a
answer that.
question.
I can answer that, because that's really more of a legal question. As you noted, there's no limitation on other businesses in Watchung Plaza. However, if this application is approved, we would stipulate to a condition of the approval that he would comply with the hours that he has mentioned. So that would be a requirement for
So
this property.
that's 6 to 9:30 for the fueling portion, and 6 to, I think he said a maximum of 10 for the convenience store? Is that correct?
That's all, yes.
6
So-
to 9, I heard,
Well,
6 to 9.
he said 9, sometimes 9:30.
Right, on a busy night,
Right, so that's 6 to 9:30.
yeah. All this stuff has to be monitored. So then you said that you wanted to have a convenience store because everyone's driving electric cars, or there's a majority of people, or we're moving towards that way in having electric cars. Is that correct? I mean, I read that in the Montclair local as well.
Yes.
Right? So that makes no sense to me because electric car sales have gone down. But, so it's opposite of what you're saying. And also, electric cars need batteries, and, right?
Yeah.
So skill sets could be changed, that you could, change batteries. I just got a flat tire, had it patched on the gas station in Bloomfield, on Bloomfield Avenue. You can do that. I'm just questioning how much money you're really going to make on this convenience store with everything that we got going on at Watchung Plaza.
Well,
It's
that's
hard
not,
to
don't
figure.
answer that question. It's not an appropriate question. Is that the only question? Because other than that,
No,
you were just
I'm-
making your own comments.
Yeah, I am making a comment. and-
I think what Mr. Tremblek's pointing out is that this is not the opportunity for comments. It's the opportunity to ask questions of the witness.
Okay, well, I thought I asked a question about if he wants a convenience store because everyone's going to start driving electric cars in the future, how does that make sense, is the question, because,
Okay, but he can choose to replace the service portion of the use with a convenience store if he wants to. I mean, so it's not really relevant.
and what about the traffic? Can we ask those questions now?
There's going to be a
or-
traffic expert here. I think Mr. Tremblek indicated at the beginning of the hearing
Yep.
that he had 3 witnesses present. One of them is a traffic expert.
Okay, and so I have one last question then about the delivery of the gas. You said that, I thought, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but you said when the truck comes, it goes on Watchung and it goes into your gas station and then it goes out
Yes.
onto Park
Yes.
and then goes to the light?
Right.
Okay. Well, I have a picture on my phone of one of the gas tank trucks being delivered, right? Coming down Park Street.
Right.
So they're coming down Park Street to your gas station, so they're not always doing what you said.
Let me tell you, sometimes the people not from my delivery, some people, they got a mistake, they come on the other, the new driver comes, but most of the time I advise to my company. They has to be come from this side to this side. Sometimes the new guy comes, he make a wrong turn. This happened once in Blue Moon.
Yeah, well, that happens a lot, once in a
Yeah.
blue moon.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a
It
comment
happened.
at Watchung Plaza with all the traffic. So I'll talk to the traffic person.
Ms. Pickett, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
You said that you made calls, complaints about hours.
No, I didn't say that.
I thought you said you make, like, how would we enforce hours because you've asked people before? I thought I heard something.
No.
No? Okay, all right, never mind.
No, I didn't say that.
My name is Richard DiFabrizio. I live at 273 Park Street. I'm
Could you spell
about
your last name, please?
DE, F as in Frank, A, B as in boy, RIZIO. I live a half a block from the gas station on Park Street. I've been there over 20 years. And they're right. The improvements they've made have been a positive on that area. The flowers especially, please keep that up. I love them.
Thank you.
The traffic thing, I will have a lot of comments later, but I just have one question for Mr. Singh. Will you be selling Delta 8, Delta 9, Delta 10 products at the convenience store?
Delta means?
Delta synthetic THC?
I don't know.
You don't know or no?
No, I'm not going to sell what is illegal there.
No, these are legal products.
Whatever the legal goes to legal.
If it's legal, I'm sorry, can you help out here?
Do you intend to sell any of those products, whether they're legal or not? in New
No,
Jersey?
what is not dangerous to the community, dangerous to the public, I'm not gonna sell that one.
Okay.
I just wanna sell, if it's a dangerous to the public, I'm not gonna sell that thing.
If it's legal and dangerous to the public, will you sell it?
No.
You're going to sell cigarettes, correct?
Cigarettes, yes, cigarettes, because everybody do that.
Thank you.
Other members of the public? All right, I think we're prepared to move on to your next witness.
Okay, good, you're good. Have a seat.
Okay, thank you.
Hi. My next witness is Gregory Switzer. Oh, here he is.
Mr. Switzer, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board? Is that a yes or a no?
I didn't hear what you said, I'm sorry. I just heard raise your hand.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
Yes.
Okay, state your name and your business address.
Sure. My name is Gregory Switzer. My business address is at 7 Oak Place, Montclair, New Jersey.
Okay. All right. Greg, I think this is your first appearance before this board. Would you state for the board your educational background
Sure.
and your professional qualifications, your professional affiliation?
I'm a licensed architect in the state of New Jersey. Been licensed in the state of New Jersey since the year 2000. I am also educated through Pratt Institute in Brooklyn, New York, degree in Bachelor's of Architecture. Have a Bachelor's of Interior Design from Louisiana State University.
Okay, and you currently have an office for your firm in Montclair?
That is correct.
And I think you said at 7 Oak
That is
Place?
correct.
Okay. And am I correct that your firm, within the last year or so, purchased or merged with Sionis Architecture?
Yes, we purchased and merged Sionis's business into my practice.
Okay. All right. Have you had prior experience testifying before planning and zoning boards in the state of New Jersey?
I've had one such experience with the planning board, and I've met with some of the, I guess, dependent board, the HPC and DRC, and I've presented to those as well.
Okay. You're actually testifying, or you've testified in an application that's currently pending before the planning board?
Yes.
In this neighborhood?
Yes.
Okay. All right,
Very
this is
close.
your first appearance before this board?
It is.
Okay. Are you a member of any professional organizations or societies?
Yes, quite a few, but I guess most prominently would be the American Institute of Architects, where I served as the previous past president for New York.
Okay. And you also have an office in New York, is that right?
I do
Or
not
you-
have a physical office space in New York
Okay.
any longer, no.
Okay.
I relocated my entire staff to Montclair during the pandemic.
And you're a Montclair resident yourself, aren't
Yes,
you?
for
Okay.
12 years now.
Okay. And is your license in good standing?
100% good standing, yes.
I'd offer him as an expert in the field of architecture. Mr.
Thank you.
Chairman.
We'll accept his credentials.
Thank you. All right, so Greg, your office prepared the plans that have been submitted in support of this application, correct?
Yes, that is
And you were personally involved in the preparation of those plans?
Yes.
Okay. And, consistent with the, practice of your predecessor, you've also prepared a PowerPoint exhibit to assist you in, discussing the plans with the board tonight.
That is correct. If I
Okay.
may, I could just...
Yeah,
flip
but
this back
before
to
you
the
do
first
that,
slide.
do we need to mark this?
Is that was distributed
Yes.
to the board members? So we're going to mark this PowerPoint presentation as Exhibit A1.
Okay, and you've got, the PowerPoint, the presentation is on the screen?
Yes.
All right, so, why don't we, why don't you review the plans utilizing the PowerPoint to assist? And I guess you're going to start from the logical starting point, which would be the beginning. So, okay.
Isn't that the best place to begin?
Yeah, usually, yeah.
Okay, so thank you. Good evening, members of the board, Mr. Chairman of the board. It's a pleasure to be here and to talk about this particular project, 120 Watchung Avenue, and what I'm calling the beautification of that particular corner, the intersection of Watchung and Park, where there's a structure that had been there for quite some time. It's very difficult to date exactly when it was originally built. There's multiple layers of skins on the building, but as I go through the presentation, I'll point out at least what we've made from our observations. This is the site here, located, as I said, at the corner of Watchung. This is Park Avenue, and this is where the 5 points kind of merge at that particular site. The gas station itself is not in a, it's not designated as a historical property, and is not in the historic district. And it is, as shown in these maps, a part of the NC zoning district. So the use and occupancy, we can, I guess, talk a little bit about that as we move through, but just wanted to point out exactly where the site was and its relationship to the Watchung Plaza. So currently, this map shows the historic district. This clearly shows where the site is not indicated in the historic district. Just wanted to make sure that I pointed that out. This is the Watchung Street and Park Street intersection here. Okay. So with this image I'm showing now, it's a older photo. I do know that there have been some improvements already to that particular intersection and corner with traffic lights and signaling and markings for pedestrian walkway. But I thought it was very important to show a chronology of exactly where the site is today, and it will help even clarify some of the improvements that we are making, and you'll see the reasoning in doing so, I think, a bit more clearly. Okay, so to talk about the site and just understanding again exactly where it is and how it's situated. The building that is directly to the north of the site, which is there, now I've just figured out how to use your laser dot, is here, and this is the hardware store. And this is the side where there was a previous conversation about which direction the traffic comes in for collection of trash removal. This would be that particular alleyway. This site is at the rear of, this shot is at the rear of the building. With your images and the slide presentation that you have in color, hopefully you'll be able to see it a little bit better. I know with the size of the images on the screen, it may be hard to see what's going on. But it really shows the building being a concrete exposed block built structure where it looks like there's a billboard in the back, but that's actually not a billboard. It's where windows were infilled with plywood along the back of the building here, and it's been painted to blend in with the actual concrete structure. This is a direct photo across the street from on Park. Just wanted to make sure that everyone understood all sides of this structure. And then this one is looking north from Watchung Avenue. And then this is looking along the rear yard, or that side yard, whatever we want to call it. And this is the commercial space that's right behind it. This is a shot of what's happening directly across the street at that corner. What's happening now between the hardware store and the north side of the building, there is a gate, a door here where they're currently storing, and believe me, they've removed quite a bit of refuse that's been here since they've acquired this space. So they've been clearing all of this area out. but this is where they've been storing some of the trash that has been collected, and then it's carted off weekly. This is the opposite side of the building. Currently, there are 2 public restrooms on that side of the building. This would be called the south side of the building for the purposes of this conversation. These bathrooms are not handicap accessible. There's a giant curb that you have to step upon to get into that and even get into the building. Pointing these out, again, because it'll make perfect, clear sense with the design that we've submitted for this improvement to the site. Shots from the inside. Here's that corner where the points meet, and you'll see that there is a structure there supporting the signage that is currently there. There's also a vacuum cleaner and an air pump that is located right there. So commonly you would find a car that's actually parked just that close to this point just to access these pieces of equipment.
And that's at the location where Park Street and Watchung Avenue meet.
That is correct.
Corner there.
That is correct.
Right. Okay.
And then this is a shot just to show you just how much he's cleaned up the interior of the space of the service deck. They've gone in, they've painted it, they've cleaned it up quite a bit. It's very sparse. There's not very much inside the space, but we just wanted to make sure that you get a full rounded image of the site. Which leads me to this image, which deals with the site and some of the improvements that we have made for the site. Do you have any questions?
Yeah, well, okay, I want to just lead you through
Sure.
the site plan and focus on the more significant improvements that are shown there. First thing I want you to just discuss in referencing the site plan drawing is the entrances to the site from Watchung Avenue and Park Street.
Sure. That's a very good one because prior to starting on this project, there were curb cuts along Watchung, oops, let's see here, Watchung here, and there was a curb cut opening that is approximately 47.15 feet, and what we're proposing is truncating it and making it a 35-foot, 0.39-inch wide curb cut into the site. The purpose for that was to allow us to create a really nice buffer and barrier, addressing some of the same questions that we heard from the community earlier about the safe passageway of people walking on and off the site. This allowed us to create a green buffer between the parking, so it also shields a little bit of the parking that's here. But it allowed us also to move things up, the parking upward, and then create a pedestrian path which goes around the building and interconnects Watchung with Park without having to walk onto this deck. That allows one to go into the store and then leave and then go out in this way. Otherwise, the sidewalk is a continuous path as well for pedestrians. We thought it was wise to create a signage as well that's on the ground. So there are visual cues that are there indicating the direction of traffic at that point. And there's also a vertical sign on a signpost here, also giving the same instruction about which directions one may turn on and off of Watchung Avenue. Conversely, on the opposite side, the Park Street side, we've also reduced the size of that curb cut, or depressed curb, which is here, which was originally 44 feet, 6.5 inches, and it's now going to be 30 feet wide. That allowed us to reclaim a great deal of sidewalk here, about 14 feet, 6 inches, and honestly, it gives the opportunity of reactivating a parking space right here on the public way. That's certainly something that could be discussed at a later time. Again, as per this side, we place visual markers on the ground, which are painted, and then there's also a sign here alerting people to stop, look, and then move forward. So those are some of the things that we've done to address that.
So you've got, the two entrances from Watchung and Park, and those are, ingress and egress. And Park Street, exiting onto Park Street, there are no turning restrictions, correct? Currently or proposed?
That is correct.
Okay, and cars exiting from Watchung, to Watchung Avenue are right turn only, correct?
That is correct.
That's already in place based upon the county improvements when the traffic lights were put in.
That is correct.
Okay, so we're going to maintain that as it is today, left turn, a right turn only coming out on the Watchung side.
No, that's incorrect.
That's not true.
We have a traffic consultant who can actually speak more expertly to that particular question. What I would suggest is that we come back to that and ask her directly.
But there's a sign there already.
That is correct.
That the county put up, right? And you're going to add to that
the
existing
property.
sign by putting the directional arrow, no, I'm talking about the other side.
Down here, yes.
Okay. In addition to the sign that the county already posted, right turn only, you're going to also paint it onto the pavement signage that basically tells people that are leaving there that it's right turn only, coming out on Watchung Avenue.
That is correct.
Okay. Okay. All right. I think you already mentioned the new pedestrian sidewalks that are being provided as part of this.
May I add to the comments I made about the sidewalk? It also creates a clear path now to allow for access to the structure that's being built at the rear, where we'll be storing all trash from the facility.
Okay.
And,
No, go ahead. I was going to say, since you mentioned that, why don't you talk about the new trash enclosure?
yes. Well, the trash enclosure was designed to meet the township ordinances with respect to size and height. And it is closed, it is roofed, and it is also ventilated. We designed the exterior skin of this building to...
Mr. Switzer? Could you speak up or speak into the microphone? It's
Sure.
hard to hear
My
you.
apologies. How was that? Okay. Yes. So the exterior of this structure is to be also cladded with the same masonry material that the building will be cladded with. And the whole intent is to really make it very harmonious with the building that... Use the mic? This mic?
Better amplification. I
Okay,
think.
perfect. Hopefully that's helpful. Okay, my apologies again. So as I was stating, the skin of this structure will also match the structure of the store.
Okay, while you're talking about that, can you discuss how the trucks will enter and exit to remove trash and recycling?
Well, based on the testimony given by Mr. Singh, and I'm sure would be supported by the testimony that would be given by our traffic expert, I am to the understanding that a truck would enter the site on this side of the building, and then these 2.5-yard containers would be rolled up along this hard surface, this sidewalk, and allow, access to the truck.
Okay, so the containers would be rolled out to
Yes.
where the truck would back in from Park Street, presumably to the sidewalk in front of the building?
I would presume so, yes.
Okay. And then after the vehicle's loaded, the truck would then just pull straight out?
Yes.
Back onto Park Street?
Mhm.
Okay.
So with respect to other improvements that we've made along the site, we've spoken about this pedestrian path, but one of the things that I'd also like to mention is that the air pump and the vacuum devices that are here are being relocated. We've chosen to relocate them over here, which moves them away from the intersection. That is informed by what we believe a opportunity to really tie in this corner with the rest of the site and also make it a focal/welcoming point to people that enter Watchung Plaza. What we're proposing is some plantings, creating a planting bed along this area here. And then there's a low masonry wall, similar in masonry finish and material. Slight curved wall with raised letters, backlit, and it simply states Watchung Plaza. Right now, anyone that actually drives to this area, unless you're intimately aware of the neighborhoods in town, you wouldn't necessarily know that you're in Watchung Plaza. So we thought that this would be a great opportunity to really inform the public and our visitors that this area
Would
is
also
that
be a
district.
substantial aesthetic improvement overall, would it
Without
not?
any doubt, because it now starts to tie into all of the other landscaping that we've created around the property on the sides, where we've actually reduced the impervious surface, impervious surface on the site by 2/10 of what it is currently. So it's actually taking away some of this hard surface as opposed to adding more. We've also continued the Montclair Township standard with the inset brick pavers, really making a visual block that this is not a driveway any longer. Again, with that curb cut, there's a curb cut currently that extends almost from this point. It passes our property line and it extends all the way to the side structure of the hardware store that is there. So it's kind of forcing a unique driveway for this location, and then the hardware store will have its own depression and curb cut onto its property. We're planting over 100 plants on the site.
That's what I was going to get to,
Yeah.
talk about the other
Yeah.
landscaping improvements.
Yes.
How many plants?
Well, about 100, and we're also including 2 smaller trees, the junipers that you see here. And the selection allows for the seasonal blooming and blossoming of plants. So there's going to be a variation throughout the year with the planting materials that were selected to allow some seasonal character with the site and the landscaping. All of these plants are indigenous to New Jersey.
Okay. Thank you. All right, are there, I think it's fairly obvious from the site plan in your presentation, but I just want to confirm, are there any improvements anticipated as part of this site plan to the area where the fueling stations and the canopy, the rectangular area to the left of the drawing that's on the board,
That's a great question. No, we are not impacting any of this area whatsoever. What is there now is what will remain. Our scope is simply to truncate the side curb cuts and improve the sidewalks, beautification around the site, and the bulk of our work is recladding and repurposing and doing the addition to the existing structure there.
Okay, and I think the one thing we haven't talked about on the site plan is the parking that's provided.
Yes.
Okay, can you just indicate where the parking is, how many
Sure.
spaces there are, et cetera?
The plan currently provides for 5 parking spaces, of which this would be the accessible parking space. And an EV charger is located here, allowing access to a the non-accessible space and the accessible space. And then we have 3 individual parking spaces along this way. To supplement the lighting in this area, we have very low lit light posts here and here, just making sure that the pedestrian path is clear and illuminated, and provides that added security measure that is required. None of the light that is calculated from the light fixtures that we are proposing is spilling out onto the public way or onto the adjacent property. So we believe that is adequate. And then also on the elevations, and you'll see this once we get to some of the elevational drawings, you'll see that we've added some dark lighting along the buildings, simply meaning that they're pointing down toward the ground as opposed to pointing up at the sky. And they are mounted along the face of the building to provide some degree of general illumination along the facade of the building, along the front of the store.
Okay, I think that's probably a good lead into talking about the plans for the building itself. I think I'd like you to go to the renderings first, which kind of gives an idea of what this is intended to look like when it's all said and done. So tell the board what we're looking. Why don't you go back to the previous
Yeah.
slide? Okay, so what does that slide show?
Okay, this slide shows present-day conditions. We thought it would be nice to try and set up a image of present day with the same angle of the rendering, so you can see exactly the just the impact that the structure will have once it's there. It's pretty obvious that it will definitely improve the site. It adds a little bit more contextual harmony to the site. What you're looking at now is a view that is looking from the southwest corner of the property toward the structure.
So just focusing on the left-hand side of that rendering where the golf sign is and where Park Street and Watchung meet, that's the, right there, right. That area is, if you're coming from Park Street, and traveling underneath the railroad trestle into Watchung Plaza, isn't your car directing you essentially right at that corner location? That's your focal point?
That is
entering
correct.
the plaza off of
Yes.
Park Street, and currently you see what you see there. The air pump, the vacuum, and the sign with no screening whatsoever, right?
That is correct.
Okay.
All of that will be concealed in the new design.
Well, let's go to the new design then. Okay, so, why don't you talk about this?
Sure. Most of this I've somewhat communicated, but it's
Yeah.
easier to see now with the rendering to correlate some of the comments I made earlier. This is the masonry wall that I was speaking of, and it has the backlit lighting here, simply states Watchung Plaza. You can see the flowering plants that's concealing the concrete base of the signage, and it also, what we believe anchors this corner quite nicely. No longer will you have cars parked here with the headlights literally within 6 to 7 feet away from the sidewalk. The service that was being done at this particular point is now moved to the opposite side of the site where the 3 parking spaces I noted earlier. Also here are these dark lighting downlights, which keeps a general even illumination along the sidewalk around the building here.
There's also, and maybe it'll be on the next slide, but you can see to the rear, I was just, go back to where you were. I don't know if it was mentioned earlier in your testimony, but there's also another wall, between this property and the hardware store that's shown here, right?
Yes. Currently, there is a galvanized steel barrier that is here. Again, to connect all of these elements that we've placed on the site, we're using similar material that we're using here on the wall to create this low wall to separate the adjacent driveway and the parking structure, while making it look much nicer than it does currently.
Okay. And last thing I just mentioned there is that rendering also show the reduction in the curb cut on Watchung Avenue?
It does.
Okay. And I guess the, no, never mind. Speaks for itself. Okay, you want to go on to the
Sure.
next rendering you have? All right, okay, so what is this slide showing?
This is a slide looking from the northwestern corner of the property, and it shows the, it starts by showing where that masonry wall would be here. This is the galvanized barrier that is currently there. Keeping in mind that the intent was to remove this, put in the masonry wall, and creating a natural walking path for people along this side of the property into the store. Wanted to make it very inviting and easy to get to the main entrance, which will be centrally located in the existing structure. You'll see the service bay doors to the garage currently, the signage that is outside, the active driveway here, and then over here is where those pumps were, and yeah, that's
Okay. All right, so why don't you go to the,
Sure.
to the next slide, which, just explain what this is. This is a
Sure.
rendering.
This is a rendering illustrating the new masonry and the extent of this new masonry wall, which separates the two properties. It's, again, made of the same material as the building itself, and the curved wall that is at the corner anchoring the Watchung Plaza signage. It also shows the extent of the second floor addition to the building. What we've done to really try and make the building feel a little differently is to, at the ground floor level, we have very basic windows, which are large spans of glass that allow you to look into the space. There is no signage plastered on the building. We aren't placing any. The only signage that we're placing on the building are vinyl decals above the door, which simply gives you the address of the property, so one knows what that address is. And then at the upper level, the windows, we've placed double hung windows with divided lights to pick up some of the other character and charm that you see from the buildings across the street, where there were additions and part of the building, the residential portions of some of the buildings across the street. This is a similar style and type of windows that are currently in place.
Okay, while we're looking at that rendering, do you want to talk a little bit about the materials and finishes that
Sure.
are proposed?
Absolutely. There is a slide inside the brochure or the PowerPoint that we gave you. But obviously the coloring does not do it justice. So what I've done is I've bought samples, of which I can leave. You may want to mark these as well as exhibits.
Okay.
Okay. But what I'll do is hold them up, and then I'll turn around and make sure that the public gets to see what they look like as well before I hand them off to you all.
Okay, we're going to identify them with some specificity so we know what we're looking at here.
You have two boards there.
Yes, we have two boards, the first of which would be the brick exterior of the building. This is the primary masonry that's being used. I'll first show it to the public if you wouldn't mind.
That's going to be A2?
Okay. In which?
And now I'll show it to you. This is, okay, good question. This is a variation, so the bricks are not uniform in color, and what you're seeing is a sample of the variation of the masonry that would be used. And
The other board, which I assume we'll mark as A3, is what?
it is this would be cast stone, which would be used at the base of the building. This helps sets it or stands it off from the sidewalk that is surrounding the structure, and it really ties into a lot of the detailing that you see in some of the buildings in that area. The building directly across the street, for example, has something very similar, where there's a cast stone base, and then we use the brick that you see here as a running bond kind of pattern directly placed above the cast stone. This is the cast stone here that we're using
Is
in
that
color.
identified as some number or
And
color?
it's
or-
by the name Cafe. I'm going to hold this up so the public can see it behind me. It's pretty heavy, so I'm going to put the mic down. Additionally, the storefront trim and framing around the windows will be a bronze aluminum finish. And, we really wanted to do something to make the building look warm and approachable and comfortable and in keeping with a lot of what we see normally happening around town with buildings. that are currently being constructed.
Okay. All right, do you want to now review the, I think you've already pretty much reviewed the front elevation
Yep.
of the building. Let's hold off on the floor plans till the end. You want to review the elevations for the other
Sure.
three sides?
Absolutely. Reiterating some of the finishes that we spoke about earlier, this area would be the brick, and then this is the cast stone base that would be placed there. The brick has some nuance in the patterns. If you look at your drawings, you'll see that what we tried to do is articulate it a little bit so it's just not a flat masonry surface, but it has some nuance with patterning and direction of which we lay the brick on the facade. And there is some degree of corbelling using the same brick or masonry along the top of the building, which is here. So that gives it that profile when I speak of the corbelling that's happening here. These are the lights that we spoke about earlier. There are no obstructions that are below 7 feet that anyone would walk into or create an obstruction. The doors are clear glass. These are all clear glass, including the windows above. This is the rear of the building. The entire rear of the building, we've decided to clad with the masonry units. We are using the thin brick on this at the rear. The reason for that is that the building itself, once we peel off the layer of T111 that's on there, once we peel off the aluminum panels or steel panels that are mounted to the brick, what we're going to find is a concrete block building. So the building has pretty much, a nice solid base already. And to apply the veneer brick onto that surface is more than appropriate. To place entire masonry units on it, we believe would be an overkill for the building. It just doesn't necessarily need that sort of construction, being that the building itself is already a masonry building. Here's the structure for the trash containment, and we have a standing seam metal roof that's on it. But again, the sides of the structure, all four sides would be clad with the same material, and the structure also would be built of concrete block. So it will be incredibly durable and will last a very long period of time, as opposed to some of the other prefabricated structures that we see around town that look great when you put it in, but don't stand up to the test of time. So the intent was to make sure that everything tied in quite well. These are the top one is the top one is the south elevation, and it just simply shows the corbelling that continues from the front and the masonry work that you see. There is a window here, and then what you see here are just dotted lines just to give you the impression where the former doors were to the restrooms that were on the side. Those were public restrooms, and what we've done is we've designed a fully accessible public restroom on the inside of the space, which we believe is much more appropriate and, quite honestly, a bit more safe and secure. At the north side of the building, it replicates the placement of windows. We tried to make this as balanced and uniform all around, so the elevational fenestration is very similar to the north and the south elevations. What you see here, dotted lines, are two former windows which would be blocked in, and then that skin also would be, that face would also be clad with the masonry that we're proposing. Currently, as I stated, these were windows. They're all plywooded in right now, and most people wouldn't even notice it until you got right up to it. It's a subtle slope here in the site that takes you to the sidewalk that takes you to Park Street, which would be over here.
So just so I'm clear and the board's clear, the building, you're basically maintaining the existing structure. And is there any, and you're maintaining the existing footprint, is there any anywhere where you're adding on to the existing
Yes.
building
Yes.
footprint?
Yes, good
Okay.
question. This area here that is darker, it is darker because it's receding. It's not at the same elevation or plane as this surface, nor is it here. But this is a stair of which we designed. It is going to be an internal stair. There is no external point of entry into that stair. So that also codifies the owner's intent to really use this as a part of this facility. So there wouldn't be people walking in and out of this after hours. And in order to get to that stair on the inside, there's a vestibule which is near the cash register, which I can show you. Here, to where the only way you can get in is you come through the store. There's a door here, which is acting as a lock for security purposes. And it allows this area here, which would have a mop sink and maybe some shelves where they could store basic cleaning supplies and things for the store. And then there's a point of entry into the area here, which brings you to the POS system and the counter, which would serve the customers that come into the store. On this side of the stair, underneath the uppermost elevation of this is a storage closet, and that's where we intend to store product. And the aisles would be with display, point of purchase display units and refrigeration along this wall here. That would allow them to store cold beverages and frozen products. The counter along here allows for coffee and those quick grab items that people tend to place at those counters. And here, and it's really important to note that this does not impose upon the glazing at the front of the building. This counter would be low enough to where you would not see it from the outside of the building. So we're not placing an obstruction in front of the windows from the outside, from the inside, my apologies.
All right, Greg, if you can go back and focus on the stair.
Sure.
For a minute. First of all, you said that's an internal stair. Is that the
Yes.
only means of getting from the first floor to the second floor?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Is there any means of getting directly to the second floor from the exterior of the building other than going through the convenience store?
In the unlikely event that there's a fire, perhaps the fire department may extend a ladder up a side of the building and allow for egress.
Okay, but I mean.
There's no door.
Normal,
Absolutely not.
ingress to the second
No.
floor, you have to go through the.
Must go through the store, yes.
All right. And so the portion where the stairway is shown there, that's that's the only portion where you're adding to the building footprint, am I correct?
That is correct.
All right. And I assume you were here earlier when Mr. Griffith had some questions or suggestions about the stairway and perhaps doing something differently?
Yes, I understood that he had some suggestions, but I didn't quite hear fully what his comments were.
Well, I guess after you're finished in a
Okay.
few minutes, he can raise those again. And, okay, so again, that's the only place where the building footprint is being extended, is in the rear, going towards the parking lot for the fitness
Yes,
center on the adjoining
that's the
property.
only place that it's being extended laterally.
Okay.
It does extend vertically.
Okay, and I think you sort of reviewed the first floor plan already. Can you talk about the floor plan for the new second floor?
Sure. The second floor plan is pretty basic. Once one enters the stair and ascend upward, you would be exiting at this point here, which would bring you closer to the southeastern portion of this extension. There's one large open area where the intent is to place some product and store some products for the retail operation below, and a place for the owner-operator to conduct his business.
Okay.
There is a bathroom here. And that is it. There's no kitchen, there's nothing else up there. It's just one open space.
So there's a bathroom on the second floor, and then there's also the new bathroom on the first floor.
That is
to be
correct.
accessible or available to the public.
That is correct.
Okay. Just returning to the first floor.
Yes.
For a minute, you know, looking at this floor plan that's on the screen now, it indicates that the amount of first floor retail space is 1,352 square feet. Am I reading that correctly?
That is correct.
Okay. And the total gross square footage of the first floor is
1,800 and I think it's 1820 something. It would be 1810 gross square feet.
All right, so the difference between that number and the 1,352 square feet of retail would be the stairway, the
vestibule,
and the storage area?
The storage areas, yes.
Which would comprise, what, 420 square feet?
Approximately, yes.
Okay, okay. Okay. All right, last thing, and you touched upon this briefly, but in terms of signage.
Yes.
What new signage is proposed, if any?
The signage that we're proposing for the site are the 2 traffic signs that I pointed out earlier, the markings on the ground, and the vinyl cut decal lettering that would be placed above the door, and the signage at the curvilinear point of the intersection of Watchung and Park.
So there'd be no sign really, advertising the convenience store. All there would be the street address on decals above the entrance door.
That is correct. There's no corporate branding, identity, shrink wrapping, window wraps, additional signage that, brand a corporate entity of any sort. As Mr. Singh stated, this is a family-run business. He wanted to keep the signage to a minimum. He's trying to create a space that the community would utilize and support.
So the only other new signage would be, in addition to the 120 Watchung Avenue, would be what's really directional signage.
That is correct.
Not business signage.
And the signage on the door, above the door
Yes,
in the transom.
Right. And
Yes.
then the existing signage that's already there
Correct.
for the golf station.
Correct.
Okay. All right. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Can I just, before we go any further, so there is a report from the board engineer, Neglia Engineering, that's last revised December 18, 2025. Who's going to go address those comments?
Well, I can state, having reviewed that report, which I'm trying to put my hands on now before this meeting.
I mean, because if you look at it, there's a number of outstanding items. Now, some of them say address in testimony, and perhaps they've been addressed, and others say the plan shall be revised or should be revised to incorporate certain changes. So well, I think for the record, the applicant's position should be placed on the record.
Yeah, I can state, having reviewed that report carefully before this meeting, that we have no objection to to complying with any of Mr. Norberto's comments. I think some of them have been addressed and will be addressed in testimony that's coming, but to the extent that they're not addressed and require, plan revisions and all, we can stipulate that we will comply with all of the comments in his December 18, 2005 revision number 2 report.
And I guess the other report that we received was from the Development Review Committee dated June 6, 2025. Was that prior to revisions to the plan being made? Because I was confused by the dates. The plan in the bottom right-hand corner has a July 30, 2025 date, and then it's got a June 13, 2025 date before that as a revision date. So I'm assuming the July 30 date is the date of the plan. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And were there changes made subsequent to the DRC committee report?
Yes.
Yes, that is what drove the changes.
In fact, if I'm looking at the the report from the assistant planner. Which of course, I had it earlier. But the latest report from the assistant planner, I think if you look at the
Yeah, I'm looking at the
conclusion,
report
basically
from-
says that all prior comments have been addressed.
All right, just for the record, so Zanab Kazmi's report of October 28, 2025 says, under the planning considerations section, the application is deemed complete. The planning department had comments about the pedestrian access, walkways, curb cuts, and landscaping that were addressed through the plan revisions.
Right, that's what yes, that's what I was referring to. So I don't think there are any outstanding planning department comments that haven't already been addressed.
Right, but you
based upon-
stipulated that you'll comply with the comments in the Neglia report last revised December 18, 2025.
Yes.
Okay, we'll move to questions then from the board. We'll begin with Mr. Church.
I just had a question about, I listened to your testimony. The building's not going to be changed at all, as far as I understood. It's just going to be improved, the building that's there.
With exception to the stair connector and the
Yeah.
addition, that is I would assume a structural change to the building with the addition of the second floor.
Okay.
And the stair, but
Okay,
the actual envelope in the box of the existing building will remain. We're not making it longer, we're not making it anything else.
Okay, where the mechanical things were being done in the garage part of the building, the flooring there, has that flooring been tested for oil saturation, or is it going to be taken care of so that there's no penetration of oil coming up from it? Because, I mean, I'm sure they had cars in there where they put oil and things on the lubricants on the ground.
There will be some improvements to the flooring in the space, because as the images I showed earlier, there are some hydraulic lifts that are still in place and
Okay.
still functioning. So those would have to be removed.
They're going to be taken out.
Absolutely. But I hope that that's answering your question.
Well, it's as long as the flooring's not gonna, it's gonna be renovated to the point where.
No. Yeah, we're not removing the entire slab and.
You're not gonna do that?
No, no.
How are you going to surface it then?
We would infill. Where we extract the equipment that is currently in place
Yeah.
from it, we would literally go in and infill the slab. We would infill the floor. We would create a concrete, pad and infill, and then the surface inside
Okay.
this door most probably will have some sort of, will have a resilient flooring surface covering it. It's not going to be anything that's going to be open or exposed or anything like that. My guess would be that we would cover that surface, and then we would prepare it to receive the rubber flooring that we're proposing to put on the floor.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Harris?
Question about the walkway that is adjacent to the property line between this property and the hardware store.
Yes.
Are there, from the renderings, it looks like it's level with the asphalt for the parking lot area. Is there a curb?
We would I think we're planning on putting a raised curb sidewalk there.
Okay.
It would not be at ground level, no.
Okay.
But there are also wheel stops there to keep the vehicles from moving forward onto that surface.
But just at the parking, not at the areas, page west of the parking, right? There's no curb stops. There's only curb stops at the parking
Yes,
spaces,
that
right?
is correct.
Not the other part of the walkway, so.
Yeah.
And then the trash enclosure seems like it's jammed in that corner. I'm wondering how practical it really is. When it looks like when the doors are open, it takes up the entire width of the walkway. Well, How will
I'm
people be able to
not
load and
sure
unload?
what you are looking at, but let me see if I can pull an image up into my view so I can hopefully
If you
provide you
look on
with-
your first floor plan,
Yes, there's 4 feet between the structure and the building. The doors itself, there are 2 doors in front of the containment area, and the 2 doors, actually, it should be in your package. Do you have a drawing showing the details of the doors and the storage containment, the trash containment area?
where would that be?
That would be in the original set of drawings.
That was
with the
submitted with the application.
And what page?
I'm not sure if this correlates with that.
I
Bear
found
with
it.
me.
It's A201.
A201.
Yeah, I don't know that that helps my understanding, because it looks like when the doors are open,
The doors are 2 feet wide,
yeah, it looks
Each.
like they take up the entire.
and they swing back. They swing all the way back against the building.
It's 180.
Yeah, they swing back, the 2-foot doors. Yeah,
When you say they swing back, you mean that they swing wider than 90 degrees?
yeah, absolutely. What you're seeing there is just a standard graphic notation for new doors. Typically, we show doors open in that direction, but those doors will swing backwards.
And is the intent that the store employees will come out the front door and walk the trash all the way? Is the intent that the store employees will come out the front door and walk the trash around the building to the trash enclosure?
Yes, that would be the only path to get there.
Is there a way to maybe put a door at the storage area leading directly to the trash?
From the building, attaching it to the building?
Well, there's a storage area under the stair, right?
Yeah, so you're saying, would you like us to put a opening at the rear of the building there and allow
Right.
passage to that? That's very nice. That's a great idea. Certainly didn't consider that, and I'm sure that we could do that quite easily.
Okay,
Yes.
great.
Pardon?
What would your height be at the stair?
Oh, this is already at the highest point at the second floor, underneath that door area. So, based on our elevations, the first floor is 12 feet high. So, my assumption would be that it would be, the underside of that slab would be somewhere at about maybe 10 and a half feet or so.
Okay.
There's ample headroom there in order to do exactly what you're saying.
Okay. What kind of HVAC system are you planning for this building?
We're planning to use mini split heat pump systems, very small Daikin kind of units that cassettes they put on the roof and have the air distributed inside the space through cassettes.
Okay, so the units will be on the roof?
Yes.
Okay.
And there's a parapet up there already. And they're slim profile, so you would have a unit that's probably about 12 inches to 16 inches in depth, and anywhere between 3 to 4 feet in length, depending on what capacity he's looking to place inside.
Okay. I think this is a very handsome, looking building. It doesn't look like a typical retail store. But that makes me question the lack of building signage. I wouldn't look at that and say it's a retail store. And before you answer, also wondering why there's no weather protection above the door, a canopy, an awning, or something to that effect.
That's a great idea. We can certainly put a canopy or an awning above the front door. Just looking at the other similar facilities in town, there's one on Pine Street in Bloomfield.
Mhm.
There's another at Elm in Bloomfield, neither of which have canopies or anything that extend beyond the doors. It seems as though it's a formula that works.
Well, it's a myth, I think,
Okay.
as someone who
Yeah,
comes in and out of retail
Understood.
stores with
Yes.
children in the rain. But back to the signage, I question why there's no signage alerting that this is a retail store.
I think it'll be obvious once we put it in. To be honest with you, the client didn't want to be ostentatious about identity.
Okay,
And-
I would like to address it now because I
Mhm.
don't want a year from now, the windows just plastered with vinyls, you know, product signs and et cetera.
Well, you could place a condition in the event the application is approved that there's no window signage.
Okay. All right, that's all for me. Thank you.
Mr. Caulfield?
Thank you. The stairway has a bend in there. Is that because it gets to the property line and has to bend in on your
I
drawing?
can't quite hear you. You said something
On
about
your
the property
drawing, on
line.
your floor plan drawing,
Yes.
the stair has a bend in there. Is that a bend because?
It's a bend to conform with the
Property line.
the property line angle.
You're going to
yes.
get very close to the property line there?
Yes.
Okay. You'll be clear, I imagine?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Are there any compressors as well for the refrigerant and any of that stuff and for the stuff in
We're
there?
pretty certain that there will be some sort of condensers, but my assumption is that what I've been informed is that these are, well, the plan isn't shown, but what they're putting in are refrigerators that are side by side, unlike a lot of these other places where they have refrigerated rooms with fronts that they put on and people walk behind. Those require external condensers, whereas this would be an integral part of the actual refrigeration unit that's being used. So
Okay.
there's not been any discussion about any compressors or pumps or anything like that needing to go anywhere outside on the ground or around the building.
Okay. Thank you. The county sign that's put up there looked like it was just like grabbed out of the yard. It's really awful.
Yes.
It needs. I mean, I think if we're going to do this, I think we should put better signage there, like something that is lit up to take that thing. Because when I saw it, because it said it was there, and then I saw, I was like, wow, that's definitely came from their signage yard. What are the surfaces here? Right now, we have macadam and concrete. Is it going to be all one surface, or are they going to be different? Like, is it going to be concrete around the pumps and then macadam and the others like it is today?
Another very good question. We are not disturbing any of the material around the pumping areas and the vast majority of the existing covered or hard surface that's there. We're focusing primarily at the immediate perimeter of the building and the sidewalks. And the existing asphalt that's there and the concrete will remain untouched by us, other than the embellishments that we spoke about with the graphic indicators that would be painted on the ground.
Gotcha. The grade, as it stands now with the existing, with the old business there, there is no different, there's no curb there, right? We're going to put in a new curb, a 6-inch curb. Is it going to be a 6-inch curb to get into that?
Yes, and we also have, with that sidewalk that we're putting in curb cuts to allow wheelchair accessibility from the actual paved surface area, as opposed to just having to go to the sidewalk and then walk around to get to it.
Gotcha.
We're actually putting a curb cut right near the corner, near the accessible parking space. So it would be in that 5-foot, is it a van space or, I think it's a van space. So the striped area there would have a cut into the sidewalk that leads directly to, a direct path straight to the storefront.
Okay. And then having the sidewalk, the 6-inch grade, that gives us a buffer with putting new concrete floor into that and
Yes.
stuff like that. Okay.
Yes.
I mean, I live around this area. I walk this area all the time. I actually would cut through, there's a cutway on the other side of that sign. I'm happy you're putting this walkway in. I mean, I don't know if I would take it. I probably will still cut through there, but, it's nice to have that option. Yeah, I will just, yeah.
Yeah.
Cut across.
Yeah, I mean, having the walkway is, thank you for doing that.
Well, it's memorialized in Google. I mean, every time I go to Google Earth, you see people walking diagonally straight from the depressed curb cut on Park to the Watchung side.
Yeah, because that's, it's the straightest
shortcut.
way. Yeah, exactly. Okay, thanks so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Mr. Griffith?
You did too good a job. It's really nice plan, and it makes us want to ask for more. Because you can, and because your client is interested in it. So I'll lead with that, and now I'm going to take you down my path of thoughts.
Sure.
And just for consideration. Fair?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I look forward to your comments.
First off, I'm going to say there's a lot of material being presented, but the thing that's meaningful to me and that I want confirmed takes priority are drawings 1 through 11, the full sheets that are signed and sealed.
I didn't.
These drawings, sheets 1 through 11,
Yes.
signed and sealed.
Yes, sir.
Take precedent over the PowerPoint drawings and the renderings that we've seen.
Okay.
I say that because in the elevations, there's details with regard to the brickwork. It talks about decorative brickwork and corbelling of the brickwork that I think is very important, and it's part of the reason why I compliment you on the design. I think it's careful. I think it's a contribution to the neighborhood. That's a good thing. I don't want to lose it. So that's one of the reasons I asked for that. And then this backs me into the bad news is the stair on the back side. So the stair on the back side is no longer being covered with brick, it's being covered with brick tile. The corbelling has disappeared, and the brick details have kind of disappeared back there. When you look at it and plan, you can see that it's crunched up against the property line. That's why you got the kink in the stair. And you know, that wall that you put to your neighbor's parking lot isn't so nice. I can appreciate that it is a lot line wall to a certain extent, and you're not the first person to put a scaleless wall against a property line. But that property line doesn't seem to me is ever going to get built up, and it's going to be in the public eye for quite some time. What I dream of is that you'd move your second floor to the north. You get rid of your accessory structure because we won't approve it. You don't have to get rid of it. We won't approve it, I don't think. You know, it's setting a bad precedent that, you know, we have a 20-foot rule, now we don't. That's not very good for my perspective. I can't bring myself to think that's a good idea. So, you know, you're going to have to find a way to insert that into the side of the building, like the north side of the building, and take a little chunk out of your floor plan. There's ways for you to get after it that are better than what's on the page. If you move the second floor to the north, you can move the stair to the north with it, and then you have plenty of room to put in a full brick wall. You don't have to kink the stair. It all fits like a glove, same square footage, different massing. And I'm sure you paid attention to the massing. I think it could be good, you know, take a look.
Okay.
But you understand what I'm saying, right?
I completely understand, and
Better quality construction.
Understood.
Nicer look on that side, better detailing. We're solving your trash problem. Thank you. Graphically, looking through your drawings, I found the details that show me a masonry fence, a retaining wall, and another retaining wall that was slightly different. I found 3 different walls on the drawing. And then I went looking for them in the plan, and I found some notes about them, but they're very hard to decipher in the plans. Your rendering shows the fence quite well, but it doesn't show up in the plan.
Yep.
And I would ask you to revise your drawing or add a drawing that makes it perfectly clear where the fence starts and stops, where the retaining wall starts and stops. And if you have a retaining wall, show us what the elevations are on each side of the retaining wall so we understand that you do or do not need a railing on the retaining wall. And we know which, you know, who's looking at the other side of the retaining wall. I don't know which side's the high side. Is it the neighbor or is it you? You know what I'm saying, right?
Yes,
Okay, all right, thank you.
I'm listening, yes.
The existing building,
Yes.
is it 4-inch face block with 8-inch CMU backup?
No, it's block.
It's block?
It's block.
Looks like it's brick.
Yeah, it looks that way, but that's not what we discovered when we.
And are
poured
you
that.
adding face brick over the face of that existing structure?
That is
And that's
correct.
why the overall length grows by 8 inches or something like that?
That is correct.
Okay. So it is new face brick over existing construction. You're not taking anything away. You're filling in some holes here or there.
Absolutely, and there are plenty.
Putting new face brick up. Got it. Natural light.
Yes.
So I don't like dark rooms. I don't like going into rooms that don't have a window. Even closets, I put a window in. Bathrooms, I especially put a window in. A public bathroom, I put a window in, just for a sense of safety. It can be obscure glass. The bathroom upstairs could have an operable window with obscure glass. The stair should have a window. There's no reason to have to turn on a light to go up the stair during the day. These are minor things, but you're that good, right?
These are all wonderful comments. I need to bring you back to my office and have you review all of our drawings.
All right, I'm almost done. You've been very good.
Yes.
Elevation 802. On the east, on the left and right, it appears that I'm looking at CMU block, like the brick suddenly turns into an 8x16 pattern.
Which are you referring
Like
to?
right there?
Oh, that's the backside of the parapet that's all the way over. You're not going to see that.
It's what?
It's the back of the parapet.
Of the wall on the other side of
On the other side of the building,
So the parapet
yeah.
stops here?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, I didn't figure that out.
Yeah.
Curious, but okay. You probably have heat pumps to provide cooling and conditioning the space. You
Correct.
do not locate the equipment. On plan, I didn't see. Maybe you did and I missed it.
Okay.
Is it on the
I
roof
think
or-
we have them in some drawings here somewhere, but I'm not sure if you have the, is that the planning set there? Let's open that up.
A202, it looks like.
Just pull one over. I'm just looking to see if there's an indication of the HVAC equipment on the roof. And
It looks like it's on A202.
A202. Yes. Area of new mounted roof mechanical equipment.
Which sheet?
A202. It's on the north side of the building at the roof. It's just dotted in.
A2.
It's A202,
202.
and it's the only drawing on the sheet. And it would be located on the north face of the building at the lower level of the roof. And it's dotted in, area of new roof mounted mechanical equipment.
So I see it, but dotted in on that roof. How do you get there? You have to maintain the equipment. They have to take a ladder up to the roof to maintain the equipment.
Or they can just go out the window, there's like a 30-inch drop right there.
Don't
Or
you
a
want to
ladder.
give them a door?
Yes, but I understand the maintenance question that you're asking.
I mean, if equipment is hard to get to, it usually doesn't get serviced, is what I would say.
Okay,
It's an owner's perspective, I guess.
okay, no problem.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Let's see, one more. That's it. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. I appreciate it.
Mr. VR?
Good evening.
Hi.
You have already answered some of the questions that I have.
Okay.
So, I guess the pedestrian path that you're proposing, that's meant to be ADA compliant, correct?
Yes,
Yeah.
we will have an ADA compliant restroom on the ground floor at the retail level, and it's within visual distance to the people that are operating the store.
Okay.
Mhm.
As far as the green buffer that you've mentioned along Watchung Avenue, so
Yes.
yeah. So, what was the thought behind the
Well,
buffer?
you know, for us, we were really concerned about the prominence of what is currently there, which is here in the slide. It is really a massive concrete block support for the signage that is there and the pump in the vacuum cleaner. So we thought, instead of just keeping that there at the corner and being as unsightly as it is, it would be nice to use this opportunity to create a moment to where we can really place a marker that sets off, you know, the community name, which would be that Watchung Plaza raised letter signage that would be on that masonry wall that would be built there.
Okay. And the signage is meant to be backlit, the lettering?
That is correct. Mhm.
Like a sensor or a timer?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Great. Okay, going to the inside of the building. So the internal stairs that you're proposing to the second floor, that's the only means of egress, is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah. And as far as the HVAC equipment, yes, you talked about locating the HVAC equipment in the lower roof. However, I do agree about the access for maintenance personnel.
Mhm.
So it's either through the second floor or the window. So that, I guess that's the comment. Is there any cold storage required for the convenience store, like a cold room? No?
The refrigerated wall that they have there is where all of their cold storage would be. Perhaps there would be a smaller refrigerator or a lowboy of some sort along the counters where the coffee would be served, where milk and things of that nature could be stored. But generally speaking, that's the only cold storage.
Okay.
They aren't selling produce and, you know, foods like that one would go in that would require that sort of cold storage that I believe you're talking about.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. And then for the second floor, the bathroom has a shower unit?
Yes.
That has a shower unit, okay.
Yeah, working around gasoline all day long, that's a requirement.
Okay.
Mhm.
I think that's all I had. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Simon?
Hi. The only question I have left is in regards to the lighting.
Yes.
How much of the lighting is going to be left on after hours?
Well, I believe the lighting that is around the store, we have a couple of poles that are near the parking, and it illuminates the sidewalk at the southeastern side of the site where there's Watchung Plaza. And along the sidewalk that is over near the separation between the hardware store and our site. And then there's very low-level lighting that is washing the face of the building. That would be on at night for just general security purposes. And
So those dark lightings that you meant would remain through the night,
Absolutely,
as
yes.
well as, I was
Yes.
really concerned about the sign, because it'd be really nice to see the sign at night, the Watchung Plaza.
yeah,
up
that will
front.
definitely be on at night, yeah.
Okay. And I have one question about the parking.
Yes.
Which I'll probably wait for, I'll pose it now, but In terms of the parking that you have labeled 1, 2, and 6, if those are occupied, is there enough room to get through with all 3 of those spaces occupied? And 6 is if someone was actively fueling. So that was the question. They would have to wait for one of those spots to free up in order to get past.
You said parking spaces 4, 5, and 6?
No, 1, 2, and 6.
1, 2, and 6.
Yeah.
Okay. We do have someone here that's going to talk about that.
Yeah, I figured I'd hold off to that. Okay. I just wanted to put it out there.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Just a few additional questions for you. So I agree that the walkway is a nice feature to the plan. I'm wondering what would distinguish the walkway from the area where the vehicles will be moving? I mean, is it a different?
It's elevation.
Just the elevation? You're not using
It's
different types of light pavers or nothing that sort of distinguishes the walkway?
No, I mean, the intent is to use concrete, traditional sidewalk construction. If anything, we could certainly make a recommendation to the customer to maybe tint the concrete to where there is a slightly different color, but I think it will distinguish itself because the concrete typically, unless you add something in it to change its color, is going to be pretty much a uniform lightish gray color, which is very different than the paved asphalt surface. So it'll be, you'll see a visual difference automatically and naturally. But if you believe that there needs to be a little bit more nuance to create something that's even, more distinct, we can certainly look at that.
Well, I raised the question because in terms of the presentation, or one of the questions from the public had to do with people in the neighborhood that are walking through this area, and the sidewalk was presented as an alternative, as a safety feature for people who didn't want to have to cross vehicles that may be moving in and out of this property, so they would be able to perhaps take in a little bit of elongated walk, but nonetheless. So what is it that would sort of inform them that this walkway is intended for them?
It's landscaped, it's illuminated, and at night it's very visible and very prominent. And it's a matter of choice, I believe, at that point in time with the individual. One could easily traverse the sidewalk if they so choose, but if they decided to walk along the path that we've created, there's nothing to keep them from doing that. We just wanted to make sure that it was safe and secure and allowed such access with the design that we've presented.
Okay. I have a suggestion. Sure, go ahead.
The walkway's great. The lighting on the walkway's great. You might consider putting low lights on the wall, your fence wall, so that the whole walkway is illuminated, or do you already have lighting over there?
Well,
you have a pole.
We have a pole there with lighting that's right at that sidewalk on the northern portion of the building, and then there's one just as you approach from Watchung.
Yeah, I was thinking like
sidewalk.
step lights, a couple of those, but anyway, just an idea.
So similarly, let's say that the trash enclosure area is going to be maintained. It's not changed in terms of your next rendering. I didn't notice any kind of lighting that covers that area. Is there a reason why there is no lighting?
There is no reason why the lighting isn't there. There should be some lighting, and we can certainly address that.
Yeah, I think there should be, again, for security, I think there should be a light on the side of the building. I realize, that this facility will be utilized up in 9:30, or perhaps the convenience store up until 10 o'clock. If an employee needs to be able to walk back in that area to dispose of trash, it should be a lit area. I'm also concerned about the fact that it being back there could
posit sort of somewhat of a concealed area for people to hang out. And we want to discourage that kind of behavior. So if it's lit, then I think it helps to discourage that kind of activity.
I completely agree with you.
You also noted, at least Neglia indicated, I think it was on their report, that there was a question, or maybe it was the Development Review Committee, raised a question about snow removal. And can you speak to how snow would be removed along this this walkway, especially the northern walkway? It's fairly obvious that they would be shoveling the snow in front of the store itself, but how would snow be removed and where would it be?
My recollection of a conversation that we had during our DRC meeting with the owner there, and this very same question came up, the owner agreed to not only clear those paths, but he would carry it away when needed to where it's not collected on the site and obstructing one's access for that path.
Right.
That is my understanding of what was previously stated. Did you?
I don't have a recollection
Okay.
on that point.
So really, I mean, just given, for example, our recent storms and the volume of snow that we've had, the intent is for the owner to remove the snow from the property so it would not be an impediment to pedestrians as well as vehicles using the service of the facility. That's the intent.
I would assume so, yes. What we've experienced recently was somewhat spectacular, and
Right.
you know, sometimes it's very difficult to find a place to put the snow
Well, that's
because it's so much. So
that's the nature
I
of the
think
question.
what you're asking is if it, for us to consider is a very reasonable request when practical. When we have 3 feet of snow on the ground, it may not be as easy to accommodate. That's
Mhm.
all I'm trying to say.
Mhm. So in terms of the addition on the second floor, I want to because I had a question, and when I think there was an earlier question about escapability in the case of a fire, and so the question came up about whether or not a door could be placed on that addition on the second floor, and you've indicated that you will put a door on that. So I would assume that would be considered to be a way for people to access the outside if they're in the event of a fire in the building.
Okay, just for clarification purposes, the door that we were discussing previously was at the lower level, and it would be located in off of the area that we're intending to store things underneath the stair.
Yeah.
And we would be placing an access door at that point to where one can easily remove trash from the building to the area that we've created as the trash enclosure.
Well, I think that one of them, I think Mr. Griffith had actually raised a question about equipment that is on the roof that would need to be serviced. And I thought what I heard was that you indicated a willingness to put a door so that service people would be able to have access to that equipment and to service it. Did I not hear you?
We can certainly look at that. Perhaps I misunderstood his question earlier when he suggested that there was a potential issue from an owner's perspective for maintenance for equipment at the roof. I suggested that, it's only a short step out of the window onto that area, and it would be easy to get out there to maintain that equipment. To replace the equipment, even if, I don't think that one would dismount, disconnect, and then haul that down the stair, but probably hoist it off the side of the building and place it onto the ground. The units that we're looking to place there are not that large, so I'm not sure whether or not if it's prudent to create a penetration in the side of the building that may never get used, and if so, and if when used, the unlikely occurrence may be every 4 or 5 years to remove equipment, maybe 10 years to remove equipment. Otherwise, to get to the equipment to service it and maintain it is quite easy. Just, it's right there, right outside that window. You'll be able to get there. So hopefully, is that, you're.
Follow-up? Go ahead.
One more thing. You know, if it's required, it's required, I don't know. I don't think we will require it for
Yeah.
for service, but
Okay.
we're suggesting it. I think it'd be better for the quality of the building and value of the building, but that's a separate subject. That's not relevant to what we're here for.
Okay.
The one thing that dawned on me, though, because in certain jurisdictions, you can't have mechanical equipment visible from your roof. If you have a mechanical equipment on the roof, and you don't have a parapet on that side facing your neighbor, so that mechanical equipment you have on that roof is visible to your neighbor, and that may not fly when you go to the building department. And I don't know if that's true, but I'm just raising it for consideration.
I think I can opine a little bit on that. There are regulations, Montclair Township ordinances, which require the shielding of mechanical equipment that's on roofs. However,
You need to speak a little louder.
oh,
please.
okay,
That's
yes.
right.
No, I said that I can opine a little bit on that. There are some ordinances that require that there's some sort of shroud or shielding or covering of mechanical equipment. The equipment that we're placing there, because of its size and where it's located, you're not going to be able to see it. And if, by chance, you are able to see it, we would certainly provide whatever screening devices that we need to make sure that it's not visible from the street. When walking along the sidewalk on Watchung, we're already talking about a structure that is 12 feet from grade at that point, which is already elevated about 4.5 feet from the parking lot below, against a building that is approximately 25 feet 6 inches tall. The likelihood of you seeing it is, it's not, it doesn't seem feasible to me. But I understand, we can certainly provide something there too.
If I pull into the parking lot and the neighbor in the lot directly adjacent, and
Which is
park on the
sunken.
opposite side and look
Mhm.
over there, I'll have a pretty good sight line to it. But it doesn't much matter. Whether or not the zoning requires you to put it covered or not, that's what we're talking
Oh,
about.
okay.
And I'm just
Only
saying,
to keep it-
If
yeah.
it's required, you want to do it, and if it's not required, you
Understood.
don't have to do it.
We'll
I don't
do
think-
whatever
I
that
don't think that's
zoning
something we can push.
is required.
I'm
No
just
problem.
trying to be constructive.
Okay, thank you.
All right. On the western side of the building, would you explain to me, because I'm not entirely clear, is there a fence or a wall, or what is it that separates this property from the property behind?
Present day? Absolutely nothing.
Moving forward, nothing, there's nothing there.
No.
So, is there some intent to have some kind of, so the landscaping from the parking lot,
The
anybody?
landscaping is definitely back there. We're planning on beautifying the rear of the building with
Right.
some landscaping back there.
So
but-
anyone can step into that area where the landscaping is?
No,
in
because
other words.
it's elevated.
It's on a, how high up?
There
is it?
is a retaining wall there. It's approximately 3.5 feet.
Okay, so there is somewhat of a wall or a platform?
There's already a
Right.
a retaining wall that
Okay.
is in place right there currently.
And that runs the full length of the?
From front to back.
Front to back.
Yes.
And so that would mean then that trash area, container area would also be accessible from that parking lot? I mean, stepping over 3 feet.
One would have to
is not-
climb, literally.
Yeah, 3 feet, but it's not
Yeah.
impossible.
Yeah. It's not impossible, no, nor is it presently. I showed photos earlier where there's basically a fence at the front, but then there's a void from the back that anyone can go back there now and, but no one does.
I wonder if I know that there was a question raised by one of the members of the board about possibly putting a door on the western side of the building so that employees would have access to the trash facility.
Yes.
That way, and that's something that you're going to look at. I wonder if you determine that that's problematic for some reason, let's just say you're going to look at it, and if perhaps there shouldn't be consideration of putting some kind of a fence or something that would seal off that trash container area from the area where the landscaping is.
That's a great idea.
Okay.
I'm sure we can consider that.
Well, no gate, just a fence. And then, just again, in terms of the building itself, I didn't notice any security cameras or anything like that. Is there intent to have those?
I think that's a question we'll have to ask the owner.
Okay.
We certainly did not design.
Okay, I didn't know if any of that
security
existed
system.
currently or inside or internally or
I'm
externally.
pretty certain because of the type business that it is. Customers coming in and out always. It's a retail space. I would assume that there would be some security measures there.
Okay.
But we can certainly get clarification from the property owner with respect to that.
All right. Again, in terms of the exterior, and I agree that the rendering is certainly quite attractive, but it is contemporary, again, as one of the members of the board noted. And while this is not technically within a historical zone, it is adjacent to. And I just wondered, as the architect, when you sort of looked at the design features of this building, how did you try to tie into the historical character of that area so that this building doesn't just sort of stand out as...
Is there any way I can reopen this so I can show some slides? And, or actually, if you, do you have the slide package that was presented to you earlier available? Okay, good. Here, if you go to, the slide that showed the multiple images there.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, it kind of gives you some idea of what's going on around it. Directly behind it is a concrete block building that's painted green and yellow.
Mm-hmm.
The property that is just down the street from it, where I believe there is a appliance store there, is also a very simple, basic design building. The building adjacent to that, the post office building, is a 1970s or 1960s style building. The Korean place falls into that same category. Across the street, you have all of the other retail buildings. The pizzeria has a very different front, which is not necessarily appropriate for the street. The only thing that really has a tremendous amount of charm and character at that particular corner would be the corner building right there at Watchung, which has some lines and detailing of what would be Tudor-esque. But if you look at all of the immediate visual perception that you get from the buildings around you, none of that really speaks to the perceived and the planned history of that site. It's just it's a hodgepodge of a whole bunch of different type buildings.
Mm-hmm.
The westerly building across the street is a little bit more modern, more recent. Similar lines and detailing with some corbelling, difference in material and finishes with the precast stone base. Those are the kind of things that we try to pull out and bring in because it's easy to construct and build and make it fit in with all of these different architectural styles that's going on all around it. The building on the corner, the hardware store, is just a box.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing near that really stands out as being maybe the peak of the house that you can get a glimpse of on the opposite side of the hardware store, which I believe belongs to the lady here, is the only thing that really starts to catch it on the back end. There's just a hodgepodge of buildings all in that whole retail quarter there. So it's hard to assign which historic style we should be going toward. We have to roll the dice and just basically pick one of the many that are already there. There's nothing that's really dominant. But you don't have to take my word for it. I mean, you've seen the area.
I'm familiar with
It's
the area.
very, yeah.
Although I mean, I would say that, when you're using this same collage of pictures, there are a couple of buildings that are appear
Across
to
the
be
street.
a bit more contemporary, we'll say, a red brick, and that perhaps, and I think there's the one that's directly across from this station, and then there's the deli. I think that's another two doors up. So just given the brick materials, it sort of gives the feel
A certain
of
richness to the property, exactly.
That those have sort of pre-existed, even though, I
Right.
mean, people are familiar with the fact that they're
Right.
relatively new buildings.
When we presented
So,
this to HBC,
Yeah.
they loved it.
They love this design that you have.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a very attractive, I'm not
Yeah.
saying that it's not. I guess one of the questions I was really sort of wondering is, did you consider the possibility of red brick as opposed to what you have presented?
Yes.
Mhm. And that's all you want to say about that is yes.
That was red brick.
I thought I answered your question.
You don't want to.
Because when you look at the 6 images, 5 of them, only one of them is across the street at the historic district. And it's my recollection, though John would know better because he lives there, but it's my recollection that it's mostly red brick over there.
Yeah.
And you might, if your building was in red brick, it would suddenly feel more associated with the historic district.
I mean, even the home.
That's across the street, you have your red
Just
brick.
across the street is the red brick building.
Yeah.
The post office,
Well, but there's the design center, which is next to the post office,
which is
has
nice,
a brick-
and that's the kind of
red brick
styling.
facade.
We picked some of that same sort of detailing and incorporated it into ours with raising some of the brick face in the elevations of the building, instead of just giving you one flat, pristine, elevational appearance. You have some nuance to that elevation with the way that we detailed the brickwork around the store.
Right. And then finally, you spoke to us about the exterior of the building and the property. What about the interior? I mean, can you tell us anything about how this is going to, I mean, I know there'll be a couple of aisles for the products that will be on sale in the store and et cetera, but what about in terms of the windows? Will those windows be fully transparent? Will they be?
100%, yes.
Okay, and what about the flooring? What about the lighting inside? I mean, just some features that help us understand how this facility will look and feel when it's really sort of a finished product.
Okay, well, I'm going to preface this by saying that we haven't made absolute final determinations of some of these materials, but I can tell you what we've selected. The floors will have, it's going to look like wood, but it's actually a resilient rubber-based floor material, which is easy to clean, easy to maintain, durability, will last a long time, and it's not going to wear thin like the asphalt tile like you see here. Over time, after polishing, buffing, walking patterns, it just kind of wears and it looks light in the center and new on the edges. What we have is something that's going to look really nice and clean and rich at all times. With the display units on the inside, displays are very prominent when you first put them in, but as soon as you put merchandise on them, they just disappear. You're not going to see them really. You're just going to see product on the shelves. All of that will be nice and evenly illuminated from the ceiling above to where there aren't any dark spots or shadows or pockets. It's just going to be a nice, even general illumination above all of that. The countertops where the coffee and the self-service areas will be illuminated nicely. On the inside, he may have some sort of graphic or posters or art on the wall along the back of that, maybe some tile. It's very basic. This, again, is not going to be shrink wrap with white walls with a green and a red stripe in it, which would suggest like a 7-Eleven or Wawa or, you know, those kind of places. This is a family-run business. They're going to add a little of their own charm and personality and character inside the space. Again, the whole intent is to make it a very community-forward and community-centric space, and not necessarily something that's cookie-cutter. And you'll find that, you know, all of these other corporate type of retail, gas, you know, convenience store situations. So I think it's going to be quite nice. It's going to be, you're not going to have any flashing lights. You're not going to have anything that's really specular or bright that's like glittering and sparkling, you know, that creates, you know, distractions from the outside. It's really seeing people, seeing the color selections that we choose to embellish the walls, and product. That's really what the space is about. When you go in, that's what it's about. It's not about anything else. Obviously, you know, in a retail space, there will be merchandising racks and shelves and things that sit on top of counters and things like that that would extend a little bit, you know, above the counter heights along the walls in there. But it's nothing out of the norm there. It's
Any other questions? Then let's turn to public questions. If you have a question for this witness, you're welcome to come forward.
There's, oh, it's on, I think. Yes. Claire Ciliata, 279 Park Street. So my question goes back to children again.
You can address the witness.
And bicycles, electric bikes, strikes. If I'm a kid and I want to get some candy and you've got it, I'm going to zip my bike in there. Where am I going to park it? Against the cars? In the walkway? What's going to happen there? So it seems to me that that would be a large population, because believe me, there's tons of kids riding up and down all the time, and now they have a store that they can get all the stuff that their mother doesn't want them to have, right? Soda, candy, all of that. But where are they going to park? And how is that going to affect the egress and entrance of those cars coming in to get gas, to go get air in their tire, and to shop themselves? It looks like a very tight space for this to happen, so.
okay. So which question you want me to answer? 'Cause
I
it's
think we can
just the
start
bikes?
with
Okay.
we can start with the bikes.
Okay, sure. We do not currently have provisions in the plan for bicycle racks, but I'm certain, based on the way that we have the, for example, the landscape area that's right at the corner of Watchung, I'm sure that we can put something there that one can secure their bike if you're worried about the safety of the bike and potential, you know.
Well, I was more worried about them cutting in. You know, kids don't stop. And I keep going back to that. Is there some way when you come across, you come to the driveway on Park Street, because the entrance on Watchung is pretty clear that you're going to take your life in your hands if you go in and out of there too fast. But the entrance on Park Street is much less clear. And I don't know that there's a way that you can only have cars entering there and then exiting on Watchung. I don't think that's allowed. But anything like that would help, because the cars are coming both ways, okay? And then, this is also part of that same question, you have Uber and DoorDash and whatever the other one is, and they're all stopping in the neighborhood too. They may be stopping here to pick something up for someone. And they do it based on time, so how is that going to affect their basically you're telling me there's 3 parking spaces really close to the store, right?
Yes.
So I worry about that too. So I don't know how to address that, but I do want to raise it as a concern for internal traffic to the site. Forget the traffic on the street, just in the site itself. You're going to have kids on bikes, you're going to have Uber stopping, you're going to have moms with carts. So that's all. I don't know the answer to it, but it is a grave concern of mine. Okay, and anyone who lives in the neighborhood, just go and look. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Sorry, I have a question on top of that. Is there an opportunity to put the bike racks on any of the new sidewalk areas that you created by
Well, that's what
reducing
I will definitely investigate that. I'm sure that that's something that we can easily accomplish. My preference just initially, and I'm hip shooting because I haven't really discussed this with the customer yet, would be closer to the point of entry to the sidewalk from Watchung. There is a area over there behind where the EV charger is and the accessible parking space, to where I believe that we may be able to put a place for a bicycle to be stored closest to the building.
Okay, thank you.
Is that along the walkway, the proposed walkway?
It is just off of the walkway right there, between the tree and the building that you see there.
Okay.
With respect to her questions regarding pedestrian traffic going on and off the site, just to reiterate what we talked about earlier, we're putting markings on the ground, we've put signage there, we've truncated the openings to the site at the curb cuts. We're doing everything that we can do to physically limit where cars can actually, and how they can enter and exit the site. So, you're welcome.
Just give us your name and address.
Yep, sorry. Donna Pickett, 255 Park Street. Did the owner or anyone let you know that, I know you're, the owner's applying for variance D2, but did they, talk to you about the Montclair master plan? This is a
Let me just stop you. So
Yes.
that's something the planner will address. Mr. Steck is going to be their expert planning witness. He's not going to be here tonight. This is going to be carried to a subsequent meeting, and Mr. Steck will discuss the conformity with the master plan.
So I can't ask him if anyone's, before he started doing his plans, does he know that he's
Yeah, I think the
expanding on a non-conforming
I think-
zone?
Yes,
Piece of property,
he
which
is-
the town plan says, building up and expanding is on a already non-conforming. But the question is, did anyone explain that to you?
I'm not sure which
Before he
question,
did his
because
plan. How did we get here?
I really think you should save that question for Mr. Steck. I mean, that's really the appropriate witness.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure how this all works, and, he's an architect, and he's being paid and doing his plans, and just wondering if anyone told him what he was doing. So my second question is...
I object to that question. He's an architect, he's designed plans in accordance with the building code and in accordance with the zoning codes.
Okay, well...
The master plan is a planning document. It doesn't have rules and regulations and requirements. And he's complying, he's designed plans in accordance with what
Okay.
he's required to comply
That's
with.
fine. I didn't know that, but I just wanted to know if
Okay.
someone just mentioned it to him. It's fair enough. The other question that I have is, did you say that you spoke to the Historical Society? Did I hear you say that before?
I did not say that.
Oh, okay. I thought you said H something.
HPC.
What is that?
The Historic Preservation Commission.
Okay, that's what I thought. And so what was that conversation? So you said you spoke to them, but I didn't hear you say what they said about your design.
To be honest with you, they didn't have any negative feedback whatsoever regarding the plans. They made some comments. We complied to those comments. and it's a matter of public record. The meeting minutes were posted on the township website. If you'd like a complete recollection of that meeting. I just can't remember everything
That's
that was
okay.
said, so I just want to make sure that
And,
you got the information that you needed.
Yeah, and so where do I find that?
Well, Santa, what's the procedure with a property like this that's not in a historic district?
This wouldn't go to the
Oh.
commission.
It was DRC, my apologies.
Yes, that was the DRC, which
Okay.
had some commission members at the meeting who
That's
brought
where-
up the
that's correct.
concerns.
And what is that acronym, what does that acronym stand for?
The DRC is the Development Review Committee, which is a committee that comprises membership of the Planning Board and Zoning Board representation. It's a preliminary meeting prior to a public hearing to iron out any site plan inconsistencies or any challenges that the members see when reviewing the first draft of the plans.
Okay, and where do I find the meeting minutes?
The DRC report is on the Montclair Township website under pending land use applications. Zoning Board, 120 Watchung Avenue, you'll find the DRC report.
Now, if you remember, the applicant indicated that they got that report and then they revised the plans in response to that report.
Okay. That's my questions about the non-conforming, and what you had mentioned.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there other questions from the public? Yes, thank you.
Richard DiFabrizio, 273 Park Street. Would you mind bringing up the picture of the bird's eye view that had the
I tried doing this,
directional
but
traffic?
it's not responding. Hold on a second. Let me, I can do it manually.
In the meantime, I'd like to reinforce Claire's words. As you know, these kids travel in packs on their bikes. If there's nowhere to put the bikes, they're going to end, a pack of 6 or 8 or 10. They're going to scatter them all over the place, and it's going to be unsightly and unsafe. So more to consider.
We're going to create some bike parking.
Not that one, the one with the arrows coming in and out of the entrances, like plan.
Oh, okay.
I just have one quick question, but prior, I just need a quick moment to speak to the intersection. We had a light installed last year. Actually, we championed that effort starting 10 years ago, and we're very happy that it was, obviously very happy that it was implemented, but it was implemented incorrectly. The traffic lights follow a traditional intersection pattern, but this is anything but traditional. There's no right angles. Every road goes every which way. Regardless, what this has done, it's caused a lot of driver confusion. When the light turns green, everybody just freezes because they don't know which road's coming towards them, and then pedestrians start to come out because the cars are frozen and the cars go. Regardless, all of this creates a lot of a bottleneck. And the traffic goes up past Gordonhurst, under the trestle. We obviously need that. We obviously need right-hand turn lane, right-hand turn only signs. We need arrows, delayed greens, blah, blah, blah. I don't know who to approach for a traffic study, but if you could let me know, I'd appreciate it. Leads to my question. There's every reason in the world for this to be a right-hand turn only. Yes. Oh, sure. Sorry about that. No problem. So this makes tremendous sense for this to be a right-hand turn only, but for even more reasons, this should be a left-hand turn only. My question is, will you please consider that?
Well, we can't do anything with Watchung Avenue. It's the county road.
So that's
a county issue.
I've already called the county.
Okay.
I've called the county.
Okay.
I've spoken to the engineer, I spoke to the.
Okay, it's that,
Traffic director.
hold on.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the public? All right, then I think we're ready to move on to the part of this that everybody's waiting for, the traffic study. Is that?
Thank you.
We'll move to the next expert. Thank you.
My next witness, the final witness for tonight, Elizabeth Dolan.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
Yes, I do.
State your name and business address.
Elizabeth Dolan, D-O-L-A-N, Dolan and Dean Consulting, 181 West High Street in Somerville, New Jersey.
All right, Ms. Dolan, would you provide your educational background and your professional qualifications, please?
Bachelor of Science degree in...
Oh, okay. Better? Okay. Bachelor of Science degree in Civil Engineering from Rutgers, licensed professional engineer, registered and in good standing in New Jersey and neighboring states. I have been working in the traffic engineering field for just under 40 years. I have appeared in Montclair before the planning and zoning boards, and I've appeared in well over 200 municipalities before planning and zoning boards throughout the state. And I've also had the opportunity to review traffic, DOT, and parking aspects of land use applications on behalf of planning and zoning boards. A member of the Institute of Transportation Engineers, American Society of Civil Engineers, and how's that? Enough?
It's enough for me. I hope it's enough for the board.
We'll accept your credentials. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Bessie, you prepared you were engaged by the applicant, were you not, to perform a parking and traffic analysis for this application?
Yes, and we prepared and issued a November 3, 2025 traffic and parking study that I know is referenced in the Neglia review letter that we spoke of earlier this evening.
Do we need to mark that as an
I
exhibit?
don't think so. It was submitted as part of the
Part of the
application.
application.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
But it is part of the record.
Okay. That's all that matters. All right. Would you, walk the board through the report, describe the analysis that you've done, and your findings and conclusions?
Yes, certainly. And a lot of what I'll be talking about will follow some of the dialogue that's occurred this evening. You've heard the plan. This is a pretty typical land use. As I said, I've been doing this for just under 40 years, and gas stations and convenience stores have morphed into a recognized land use by the Institute of Transportation Engineers. That's the ITE that you'll hear me referencing a few times tonight. They're commonly found in unison, sharing parking and access. I can think of a handful of recent applications that we've handled in other counties in New Jersey. But historically, you've seen the Wawas and the Quick Checks add gas, and then you've seen the gas stations, Mobil, Exxon, Gulf, Shell, they've added marts. And a lot of these mart additions have been retrofitting the unused or not used frequently, the bays, the service bays. And you've heard that from the applicant tonight, that between, I think electric cars was brought up a second time, but it wasn't just that. It is the fact that many people take their vehicles to the dealers for service. And it's, as Mr. Singh said, it's hard to find a good mechanic. So in my experience, from a traffic and land use perspective, I've seen hundreds of these types of applications. And as I said, ITE recognizes the combination of gas and mart as a single land use. When we first started our traffic study, the counts were performed before the full turn-on of the new signal. A couple of the neighbors were just talking about the signal. And it is correct that the county installed a right turn only sign for exiting to Watchung Avenue. Across the street, there is also a no left turn into driveway sign. That means you're not supposed to turn into the subject driveway on Watchung Avenue. You heard our architect take you through a lot of the improvements that are proposed as a follow-up to the county, and I'll say improvements. I'm understanding there's some concern about the signal timing and phasing, but the regulatory signage that the county put in would be followed up by the stop sign, stop bar on our driveway approaches, and of course the narrowing of the driveways, the improved pedestrian circulation. So these are all certainly benefits that would go a long way to addressing some of the safety concerns and recognizing that this is a little bit of a busy downtown business district. When we first performed counts We counted both the site driveways, lefts and rights into and out of the two driveways, and we counted the traffic passing by on both Park Street and Watchung Avenue. Those counts were performed Tuesday, June 17, 2025. School was in session. There was nothing out of the ordinary. Certainly that wasn't, snow time. School was in session and so forth. And so we isolated what we call the peak hour traffic volumes, and that's the focus of a traffic study, or the peak hours. Gas stations, convenience stores typically have their highest driveway volumes during the peak commuter periods or peak school hours, because people go to gas stations typically as a matter of convenience on their way to and from some other destination that they're diverted in. Significant traffic studies have been published by the ITE. We've done many ourselves that indicate easily 80% of the traffic is already passing by a gas station or convenience store and is diverted in the form of a pass-by trip. And so that's not necessarily bringing new traffic to the area the way a destination such as an office or a particular store that sells specialty products or something like that. So for the morning peak hour, we had a total of 12 entering, 11 exiting, for a total of 23 driveway movements. It was busier during the evening with 23 entering, 22 exiting, for a total of 45. It's not a particularly busy gas station like you might have on a highway. It's certainly not anywhere close to a Wawa or a Quick Check. Those are doing 300-400 trips in an hour. So it's a pretty low volume site, which you would expect because to a certain degree, the driveway volumes at these types of uses, gas station, convenience stores, they're driven in part by the amount of traffic that's passing by the site. So on a busy highway with a few thousand vehicles in an hour, you're typically going to see a busier site than you would in a location that we're discussing here tonight. I mentioned that ITE has data for helping us estimate traffic associated with a new use or a proposed use. We recorded the actual peak hour volumes at this gas station. So what happens in the future? And I think that's what the board and the public has expressed an interest in. And how do we estimate that? Well, we look at data that's been collected at similar gas and convenience stores. And again, this is a pretty small convenience store, 1,810 square feet. So taking that building area and the fueling, we go to the ITE database and we're looking at an increase, and this would be a conservative increase if this were to do some serious volume, like on more of a highway location, I would say. But the increase is 43 trips in the morning peak hour and 31 in the evening peak hour. That would bring our total up to 66 morning peak hour driveway volumes and 76 evening peak hour volumes. Now, I said a few minutes ago that gas station convenience store traffic is primarily pass-by. But if we take those totals, maximizing at 76, it's important to note that that is not considered significant in traffic engineering language. The ITE has guidance that when you generate 100 or more trips in an hour, that amount of traffic may cause a negative impact, may cause a measurable change in operational characteristics. And that's without discounting any of the traffic associated with pass-by, people that are already driving through this intersection, whether they're going to the train station or one of the other restaurants or shops or going home. So the overall net increase is not considered significant. But we went through the whole driveway analysis, the level of service calculations that you've probably heard from other applications. And the levels of service range from A through F, just like your grades at school. A being at the top where there's little or no delay, and then D, E, and F are what you have during those peak periods when it takes a little longer, particularly to make a left, let's say, out onto Park Street. We ran those levels of service with all of this additional traffic, And we also rerouted the volumes that we counted turning left in and out of the Watchung Avenue driveway because they're no longer permitted. At the time we did the counts, as I said, it was before the light was fully functioning. But what we calculated was level of service B as in boy for the morning and evening peak hours leaving the site. And I would note that that does include lefts out to Park Street. There's been some commentary just very recently in the room about the newness of the signal. I'm not sure what has been asked of the county or what's been perhaps requested, but I can say that it does take a little bit of time to get used to. And this is a 5-leg intersection with pedestrian crossings. And so I can understand that there may be some frustration with how it's operating. Because it was new and because I consulted with the designer of the intersection, we did not count and analyze that location. But I agree, if there's some problems or perceived problems or operations that may be questionable or are not seeming to appropriately accommodate traffic, then that would be a county issue. That the county has the control of that intersection. It was designed by the county and installed by the county. What I can tell you with regard to this site is I think that, I know when I was here several years ago, that intersection was being discussed because of safety and the need for a traffic signal. The signal's here now. This applicant has a site that's a corner location. It's got an existing business base looking to hopefully expand. You heard that from Mr. Singh. He's hoping that the business picks up a little bit and then he can employ some more people. But overall, this is becoming more of a traffic management issue than a traffic impact issue. And so if the site were to just continue to operate as a gas station, we would still want to have the driveways narrowed. We would want to have the pavement markings and the stop bar and stop sign and pavement arrows and regulatory signage. The amount of pedestrian design and connectivity that's gone into this plan, I think, is important. And while I realize, yes, it's an open pavement area, people are fueling, people are parking, that's the nature of this type of business. And there's always commingling of pedestrians and vehicles, for example, in front of a supermarket or in front of a Wawa or a Quick Check. This is not anywhere the level of traffic activity that those sites generate and experience. And I think that the applicant's team has made a good effort following up on the county improvements to move the traffic through this site to keep the pedestrians as separated from the vehicles as they can. I know there were some questions about parking. We do require a total of 13, and there are the 5 striped spaces, the 3 at the north side, the 2 over by Watchung Avenue, and then there's 4 fueling positions. And we do consider those de facto parking spaces because at a site like this, it's easy for somebody to say, fill it up, I'm going to go in and get a cup of coffee. And because it's a smaller site and there's less walking distance between those pump islands and the front door, it lends, this configuration lends itself to having those fueling positions count towards the parking supply. Additionally, some ITE data, they provide not just trip generation information, but parking as well. And for this size building, in this type of setting, I come up with 9, and if you go deeper into the parking calculations, 9 is what's required for the retail component, and then the other 4 for the office. Now, the applicant's given you some testimony about how he and his brother would be the drivers, and they would probably only need 1 parking space for employees based on their existing and historic activity. So that leaves the 4 fueling positions, the other 4 spaces. I think someone earlier brought up a really good point about some of the parking spaces, if they're occupied, it may make it difficult to leave. And I think it was spot number 6, which is the northeast fueling position, and spot number 1, which is the westernmost space that faces the hardware store. And if somebody wants to get out of one, they've got that available parking, or, I'm sorry, blacktop area to their left that would allow that maneuvering. But the person in spot 2, that person may have to wait for somebody to leave. As part of our report, we included vehicle turning templates. Neglia had requested the one that's been discussed the most tonight, which is the the garbage truck. And so, as Mr. Tremblak said, we'll be supplementing our report with the additional requested information. But overall, we've shown that the vehicle maneuvers can be accommodated. Certainly we know it's an existing site and we're not changing the fuel area or the building location. So the tanker truck's getting in there and the tanker truck's getting out of there, and it's been doing that for many years. And I would agree with Mr. Singh, sometimes you get a different driver and they arrive or approach in a different path, but the easiest way to get to the underground tank locations is by pulling in off of Watchung Avenue, parking between the building and the pumps, and then unloading the fuel. So normally we would do the turning templates to prove that a proposed site layout could accommodate a tractor trailer tanker. But we know that the site is functioning as a gas station. It's routinely getting those deliveries, and so we would expect that to continue in the future. Having handled many of these type of applications, I can tell you that this is not the first application where I've heard that one consolidated delivery will occur. The food and dry products typically all come, and that's where you heard Mr. Singh talk about once a week. So I think we've shown that we can accommodate those movements. We've done, I think, a great job of laying out parking spaces that make sense, getting that air pump and the vacuum away from the busy location just outside of the pump islands. And so I can't say that this is a particularly large site, but I can say that I've worked on others like this, and sometimes, yeah, a vehicle may have to wait to get out of a parking spot for somebody else to move. And that's sort of what happens as an area evolves over time. You can't always get the exact design dimensions, but I think striping out the extra stall is a better design than worrying about an occasional time frame when somebody may need to wait a minute to exit either the fuel pump or a parking space. And remember, while we have 4 fueling positions, that doesn't mean that they're continuously occupied. And I think that that's shown by the traffic counts that we've performed at this location, and even considering several new trips, and to just define that, an increase of 43 morning peak hour trips and 31 evening peak hour trips, we've shown that that's not significant and that the driveways will operate. And that also is based to a certain degree, based on my observations since the light's been on. Once that light changes on Park, then there's opportunity to turn left. I think someone maybe in the audience a few minutes ago had suggested maybe right out only. I would certainly have your engineer recommend it, your engineer further review that. That means that people have to go up Park. They can't go back towards the intersection. Sometimes those type of prohibitions lead to K-turns, U-turns where you may not want them. Based on the volumes that we've collected and projected, I don't know that that's an appropriate treatment. It's usually self-policing because, again, people go to gas stations and convenience stores more out of convenience as opposed to when they know that it's busier and they want to make a left turn to go back to a different location. So we find that these are more self-policing type of uses in terms of not creating a lot of those conflicting turning movements, but instead using the site. For example, it's busier in the evening peak hour. That's when people are looking to turn right, more so out to Park as opposed to during the morning peak hour. So I've tried to go through a lot. It's a little bit late. I wasn't sure you were going to get to me. But I have gotten through the major points of the analysis in terms of volume, level of service at the driveways, and parking and circulation.
Well, I think you covered everything concisely and thoroughly, and I don't have any further questions.
Everybody else does.
I'm sure a few people, other people will.
All right, we'll test to see how many questions there are.
Okay.
Okay, we'll begin with Ms. Harris.
I understand your point about the potential of, if you restrict the turning onto Park to right-hand only, that there is a potential for K turns further down Park Avenue, Park Street, which we wouldn't want. But is there any other way to control, because that's so close to the intersection, that area gets a little bit congested. Is there any way to control the traffic out of the site? If
Right,
you are
so,
to make
so
a
as
left?
I said, we can certainly look at it with your engineer as well, but, oftentimes you'll see peak hour restrictions, and someone mentioned the hours that the crossing guard is there, so instead of making it a full round-the-clock prohibition, sometimes it's desirable to just have those prohibitions during peak hours or peak periods, 7 to 9, and maybe 2 to 4 if there's the activity of the crossing guard during those hours.
And then I was just curious about, you mentioned that the pump locations could be considered parking. Is that like official parking count per IT?
Well, if you look on the site plan, they do designate the 4 spaces as 6, 7, 8, and 9. And in my experience, we've considered those de facto parking spaces because that's the nature of this use is you've got downtime when your tank's being filled. Go in and get your cup of coffee or your soda. It works well that way. I can't say that it works as well at the larger convenience store and gas stations, but in this type of situation where you've got a quick couple of steps across the parking aisle to get to the building, you can fuel up and easily go in and make your purchase. It's, as opposed to sitting in your car.
Okay, but these spots, the parking, the pump locations aren't part of the official parking count.
They're not legal
Okay.
parking spaces,
Okay.
but we're
Alright.
saying that they're de facto.
Got it.
And
Yeah, and that,
it's an argument we're relying upon in support of the variance, that even though we have 5 legal spaces, effectively, you take into account these spaces, there really could be 9.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Caulfield.
I understand the science of what you do, but my question to you is can there be fragile traffic systems around that you might not necessarily identify with? Meaning, could this Watchung Plaza area outside of this location, not that far, be fragile in the situation that things change or cause more conflict, bottlenecks, and stuff like that?
well, you got a train station right there, so
Oh, yeah.
certainly, when somebody's going to pick up somebody or drop
Oh,
them
yeah.
off, or
Yeah.
when the train's coming, because all of a sudden there's an influx of traffic. So you have that as, something right across the intersection. So you could consider that perhaps as fragile. There's school crossings, there's pedestrians, so there's a lot of things that maybe come into play to your definition of fragile, which is why I go back to the station's here, let's clean it up and do more on top of what the county's done. And like I said, I'm here enough to drive through the area, but I haven't studied that signal because it was so new. So I didn't make that a part of my task.
I guess my question, going back a little bit, is putting this use in here on a fragile situation, does that cause harm in this sense?
If this were a blank site and we were coming in with gas and a mart, then I think it could be scrutinized a lot more. I don't see these bay conversions as being high generators, and as I said, this is not going to come anywhere close to a Wawa.
Yeah,
So
understand.
I think it, I'm not speaking as a planner, But it certainly makes sense from my history with these very types of sites, is clean it up, have it as a mart, it's one-stop shopping, somebody doesn't have to stop elsewhere for their coffee. Not, and I don't know the business discussions that Mr. Singh has had, but I know there's other opportunities in the area, and it is a very walkable area. So from the fact that it is a gas station and the building is so small, I don't see this as a significant impact from a traffic perspective.
Okay. On your data that you put out, it's like on table 1 in that, the morning and the evening, obviously it looks like the evening had more total, is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
And in table 2, when we get to the evening and we get to the traffic increase of the entering, it's lower there, or it seems like the number is lower there than the morning. Is there a reason why that's?
That's because it's straight application of the ITE data for this use. That's why. So you know, we did the actual count, and then we used the ITE data to forecast a worst-case volume for those peak hours.
Gotcha. Okay. You know, every time I enter, not lately, but sometimes people come into gas stations not knowing where their gas tank fill-up is, and they have to do a lot of turning arounds and stuff. Do we think that, you know, I mean, this gas station's going to have that as well as any other gas station. Do we anticipate that in that situation, or we just deal with it?
Every time I've seen the pavement arrows in an effort to keep everybody going in the same direction, it seems to cause more havoc than if you just let people come in and kind of figure it out. I think that I just rented a car a few weeks ago, and what am I doing here? And so those type of instances, I think, are probably less common than the people who are from the area. They use the site, they know when to go, they know which side to use. So I think that's, like I said, I've seen other station applications where they try to keep everybody streamlined, and it doesn't work.
Okay. I kind of agree with your understanding of the right out of park. People would get annoyed at K-turn and come back down. That is already traffic parked on both sides of it.
Right.
I mean, it kills me, like, I think Clifton opened a Wendy's, and you can't take a left there. They put the cones there. They should have never really built the place if they were concerned about that situation. I don't know, you don't sense that this is going to be something like that with the Wendy's, that they're going to have to put ballards out there for people taking lefts into this?
I don't think so. And the fact that now the lefts are prohibited on Watchung, one of the fallbacks is go count it a year after it's open. We've been charged with that type of task. Go look at it and see if it's, talk to the police department, have there been accidents or problems, So those are the types of items that could be input into a resolution, for example.
Okay. Gotcha. I mean, obviously you don't do weekends, I understand, I wouldn't either, but I think this area is chaos between 8 and 9, Monday through Friday, 3 and 4, but Saturdays is also chaos as well. 10 to 1 is a chaotic time there.
When I was here for the 256 application, I was asked to go back and do the counts for the Saturday peak hour. I don't think it was materially different, but I did all the data, and I could certainly resurrect all that, but I know that was a concern at that time, and that was well before the signal. I think it was pre-COVID.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thanks so much.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Griffith?
I have no questions.
Mr. VR?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hi, good evening. So it's been a while since I reviewed a traffic study, so please bear with me.
Sure.
So what's the level of service? How do you define that in traffic engineering?
So we've got a table on page 7 that summarizes, and for what we're talking about tonight is unsignalized levels of service, and it's based on, in this case, how much traffic's coming out of our driveway, how much traffic's turning in off of Park Street, and how much volume is going in either direction. And so level of service B is what I was saying, is on average, you're waiting about 15 seconds to get out of the driveway. And that's average. So some some vehicles are going to wait a little bit longer, and some of it's going to be based on how the traffic light changes. And as I said during my direct testimony, when the light does turn green, then all of a sudden it's a lot easier to turn left out. But it's a level of delay in seconds that is then equated to a level, a grade level for, and so it's basically a matter of delay.
Okay. So if I understand correctly, the level of service B that you estimate in the build condition, so when everything's up and running and operating, that is the site with respect to the street? Is that what it is?
Mostly to exit.
To exit
Yeah.
the site,
Right.
So does Watchung Avenue have a level of service itself, which is different to?
So
to the site?
sure. Watchung Avenue would have a level of service. The intersection that, the new signalized intersection, the county, and it was Lee Klein Associates worked with the county to design that. They would have counted all the movements, lefts, throughs, rights on all the approaches, and they would have then worked on different timing and phasing to get the best levels of service on all approaches.
Yeah, but that was a separate study to what you did. Is that
Right,
correct?
and because it was so new and the county had just done it, I didn't see any need for me to replicate it. I mean, they counted, they analyzed, they designed.
Okay, and that was in the past. So, and then you mentioned that you had a discussion with the traffic designer, traffic light designer?
Yeah, with Mr. Klein, yeah.
Okay. Was there any feedback from?
Oh, well, it was mostly to confirm, because I'm not even sure if I did an Oprah request or if I had just been talking to him about it, but he had designed it, so I wanted to make sure I had the latest design. I wanted to confirm that those lefts were being prohibited both into and out of the Watchung Avenue driveways, and whether or not there were any prohibitions for the Park Street, just given the proximity of the driveway to the intersection.
Okay. The other question I had was about the turning templates for, I guess, for the fuel trucks.
Right.
Yeah. So you analyzed the turning template coming from Watchung?
Yes.
Yeah. How about from Park?
I didn't, and if that's something that needs to be supplemented, I already indicated I owe Neglia another design template, so we could supplement with that as well.
Okay. And as far as the parking spaces, is there a possibility, have you analyzed the possibility of adding another space near or next to space number 1?
I think we left that open so that if somebody wanted to, like, parallel park by the air station or the vacuum, that area sort of is a little bit open. And so I think that would, to physically stripe that, I think would kind of come into play with the other concern someone had said about would you have to wait, to maybe exit space 2 if somebody was in space 6. And also, you don't want to be too close to the stop bar. You want to have room for a full vehicle to be behind the stop bar, because the stop bar is behind the sidewalk, and of course, we want to have the visibility of the kids, the pedestrians, and so on that's been discussed earlier.
Okay, all right. That's all I have. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Simon?
Just one question. For the peak hours, does that consider or coincide with the peak pedestrian foot traffic and the associated level of service?
The PEDs, I'm pretty certain, were counted. I would have to go back to the raw count data, but we counted from 7 to 9 and from 4 to 6, and then we isolated the peak. We count 15-minute increments, so we isolate the 4 consecutive highest, and we did that for the driveway as well as for both streets. And even though they were offset by 15 minutes, we just assumed everything was happening peak at one time.
But is that just considering a vehicle being able to exit because of vehicle traffic, or does it consider pedestrians crossing in front of the exits?
Yeah, I don't think we've modeled any specific pedestrian activity, so it's vehicular conflict against vehicular, but the design, as I just said, is to ensure that we have the sight distance and we have the stop bar behind the sidewalk, so that if there are pedestrians, the vehicles are yielding to them.
Yeah. I'm just concerned because your peak hours start, say, 7:45, and I'm sure there's a lot more people trying to catch the train earlier than that, which which would cause people, any cars getting gas to wait longer, which questions that level B.
I see what you're saying, yeah. So as I said, we counted for 2 hours, but then we isolate the peak volumes. So that's not to say that there isn't traffic before and after, and as we talked about with the trains arriving and departing, that certainly can come into play and add more delay. But the traffic methodology is to isolate the peak hour volumes and then recognize that every other hour is going to be comparable to or lower than the peak hour volumes.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Church? All right. So I'm going to stay on that theme a little bit. I was wondering about, in terms of the peak hours, the Monday through Friday is probably fairly consistent. But what about on the weekends, especially on Saturday? It seems to me that there is a dramatic increase in the amount of traffic on Watchung Avenue and probably Park Street as well.
Right. In answer to Mr. Caulfield, I think he had asked, and I recalled that I had done the work for 256 across the street. And at that time, the study that was prepared and submitted only included AM and PM. We went back and we did Saturday. I would have to go back to that data and or collect fresh data to give you an absolute answer. But my recollection is that what we did for 256 Park showed that the numbers on Saturday were consistent with the weekday peak hours, even though they're in the middle of the day. It's a different time frame.
Yeah, I think it's important to take a look at that because I mean, certainly as a neophyte, I would say the volume on the weekends, again, particularly Saturday. I'm more familiar with Saturday than Sundays, but on Saturdays there seems to be a fairly dramatic increase in the amount of traffic in that area, and so I think we ought to look at that. I've noticed. On a similar theme to that, and maybe some of the members of the public that are living in that area can attest to it better than I. But one of the things that I've learned, you don't even know what I'm going to ask yet, but I've learned that there is sort of this peculiar aspect of when there are large periods of breaks at the Montclair High School, that there is a very high volume of students that go up into the Watchung area to get their various sundries. And so this convenience store is going to provide yet another option. And so I'm wondering, how do you look at something like that in a traffic study? Because, I mean, right now, currently, they basically, I would presume, probably stay on one side of Watchung, but the convenience store would encourage them to cross over, which then means more people trying to get across.
Sure, and that goes to the pedestrian circulation that you saw on the site plan, but it also goes to the control at the intersection. I know there's crosswalks all the way around. There should be pedestrian heads that count down how many seconds you have to get across. So all of that should have been included in the signal design. And so that's what we do, is we want to make sure people have enough time to cross and that the crossings are in place to get you to and from the different sides of the road. So that's a pedestrian design and connectivity issue that is built into the signal and now is being enhanced through this walkway that was shown on the site plan here.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm certainly aware of the fact that, I mean, not exclusively young people, but a lot of young people don't pay attention to crosswalks I mean, they just cross wherever when it's convenient, and sometimes don't even look to see. I mean, I know that there's a crossing guard, but that's not a reality all hours of the day, for example, and so.
You know, they're looking at their phone. I mean, there's a lot of distraction, pedestrians and drivers, and as designers, we're obligated to design the appropriate connectivity, the appropriate amount of green time to get across the street, the appropriate regulatory signage. But then it becomes a people issue as opposed to a design issue.
Okay. There is an EV station on this property, and it just sort of occurs to me because it generally takes a fairly long time for someone's battery to be recharged. How does that affect sort of the perception of the availability of parking spaces? Because doesn't that basically effectively eliminate one?
Effectively, and it's law, so we have to provide it, and there's not a lot of data yet collected on the usability of these. When you go to some of these like rest stop areas and you see multiple spaces that are occupied, and yeah, they're going to be there for a while. So your word perception comes into play because sometimes when a site is perceived as busy, people pass by and go somewhere else, and that's where, you know, this site lends itself a little bit more to pedestrian activity than vehicular, because absolutely, if somebody's in the EV spot and maybe another spot is taken and they don't need gas, well, I don't know if there's anywhere to park, so I'm gonna move on to the next place. And that's, again, that goes to some of this pass by and convenience, face-to-face interviews we've done, and not just me, but traffic engineers throughout the nation at these types of facilities, because if it's perceived as busy, it's no longer convenient. If you need to make a left out and it's school time or the train time, you're going to choose another location or bypass this location for either another time or another store or gas station.
Mm-hmm. The last question I have is it had been mentioned about young people on bicycles, but I've noticed in town that there is an increasing number of e-bikes, and I've noticed that oftentimes they cycle in groups. I don't want to use the other G word, but they cycle in groups. And so how do we take that into consideration and as part of the traffic study and in terms of their being on the, I mean, they're not going to put those on a bike rack, so how do we sort of look at that in terms of those types of vehicles, because that's really what they are, on the property in addition to cars.
And some of that may go to management. These newer types of situations that haven't been studied that much. I mean, you can certainly know from the news we're looking at a lot more regulation with these e-bikes because of the fatalities, the accidents. I just saw somebody go through a red light on one yesterday. We can't drive the e-bikes for them. I think certainly we've offered to take a look at bike racks and things like that. There seem to be places where those types of vehicles could be stored, maybe, back up by that vacuum location. But I think that management has to do a little bit with that in terms of making sure that the driveways have to remain clear. So, it almost becomes something that has to be policed on a property by property basis. And I would say this is a somewhat small property for that type of thing. And with the it was also asked about security cameras and so forth. I would imagine they're going to have some cameras within the building for the employees to see what's happening at different locations in the parking lot. So to me, we'll look at a bike rack, but I think that becomes more of an operations and management issue.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right.
I just have one question. With the EV parking, is it a requirement that only EVs can use that parking spot, or if? Yes.
I don't think so, and I think people are using them. But if to the chairman's point, if someone is there to charge, they may be there for an extended period of time.
Okay, but if there's no one charging, someone can theoretically
I
park
think
in
it's
that
like a
spot.
handicap bathroom. Anybody can use it, but it's designed for, that user.
All right, then here's an opportunity then for the public to, who wants to go first?
And this is, again, this is just to ask questions.
Okay. I'm not.
Name and address, please.
Claire Ciliata, 279 Park Street. I'm not a scholarly expert on traffic, but I am at that corner every morning from 7 a.m. to 8, sometimes later, sometimes earlier. And what I hear is that somehow the study that you've done does not take into account Watchung Plaza. The study, as I hear it, is only related to this store, which, by the way, is beautiful. I don't have a problem with it. I have a problem with people getting hit, almost getting hit, being traumatized at that corner. And yes, please, get the guard in here, Paul. So, my question for you is this study what I'm hearing? Did you only do what comes in and out of this store that isn't there yet? Is it all a projection?
No, it was a combination of actual traffic counts in and out of the site and along both.
Right, but that site doesn't have a store.
Let her answer the question.
The site has a gas station. I counted the gas station traffic. There's traffic entering and exiting during various hours of the day that was recorded. In
Okay.
addition to that, there's two-way traffic on Watchung Avenue in front of the driveway and two-way traffic on Park Street up in front of the driveway. So that's all that was counted. We did count that.
How many days did you count? How many days were you there?
One day for the formal counts. I've been there several times.
1 day for the
That's the
formal
standard
count.
practice, yes.
That may be standard practice, but I'm asking all of you to spend some of your time there, because that, to me, is not a study. Did you see the queue of cars dropping their kids off? You keep mentioning the train station. There are cars every morning that go all the way up to Gordonhurst and beyond and jam that intersection up like crazy. You can't get out of, you can only make a right out of the gas station. There's no way to make a left. Is that part of your study? Did you see that?
So yes, all of the traffic that's going through the intersection, and I've heard some concerns expressed about the traffic signal timing that may be leading to some of this as well. But a school generator is a much higher generator than an 1,800 square foot convenience store at an existing gas station. That is creating an impact. That is a routine traffic generator every school day of the year, yes.
Okay. So what you're saying to me is that in isolation, hypothetically, based on data, because this is all data, am I hearing you right saying that you can predict how many people are going to come in and out of that store once it's a store and a gas station?
That's the purpose of the traffic study, is to bring together actual traffic counts and then projections of what's expected based on counts at similar facilities, yes.
Okay. So it doesn't take into account those projections. Are they somehow folded into this one-day study of the traffic in Watchung Plaza? Because that's what I'm hearing. You're telling me that you're making projections on a one-day study of traffic, and there's a hypothetical in it because there's no store there yet. Is that right?
I've performed what is recognized as the appropriate traffic impact analysis, which is a combination of actual traffic counts conducted on one representative typical average day, and I have combined that with projections, yes, projections for the store and gas combination. And those projections are based on traffic counts at existing gas stations with stores.
And my last question is this. So what I hear you saying is that you would actually, okay, since that study that you did in 2020 before, we have Uber and Uber Eats and 100 stops, 165 stops a day at a deli that wasn't there when you did that study.
And Roy got more business.
So my question to you is, never mind. You've answered the question. It's all hypothetical, it's all statistics. I suggest all of you come to the plaza and spend some time
I
there.
actually have a question for you, sorry.
Ma'am.
No.
No, I have a question for you.
The board is asking a question of you.
That's okay.
It's very late, and I'm 80, and I'm very tired.
Understood. You said that there's usually backup on Park up to Gordonhurst?
Yes,
What is that? Is that
absolutely.
just from people commuting to school, or is
No,
that a
that's
specific?
parents driving their kids to school, people trying to get to the train station, right? And then they're, for some reason, they don't take Valley, which would be a lot easier, but they come this way, and then they get stuck, because they have to make a right, and then they have to make a left under the trestle, and there's no light there. So that jams up.
Understood.
It goes all the way back. Then people coming from under the traffic thing don't know how to make that turn. And if they try to make a left turn, then there's traffic coming the other way at them. Please invite Paul here, because there have been people that have been getting hit because this intersection doesn't work. And if that intersection is not part of a traffic study, then you're not getting accurate information. The lights, when you cross, my crossing, Park Street over to the local coffee that I go to every morning, it says I can't cross when the light is red. And I should be able to cross. I have to wait an extra 10 seconds before the light changes for me to cross. I can't even tell you what a nightmare that is, and
Okay,
how many
I think-
accidents
I
have
think
been there
we-
already.
We now have the member of the
Thank
public
you.
testifying, so we're going to stop
Sorry.
that.
Thank you.
Hi, Donna Pickett, 255 Park Street. I just want to add to what she was saying. I
Well,
spoke to the...
don't testify, ask a question
Okay.
of the witness.
Okay, well, you were asking Claire, but I have all the information about that light. I live right there. I am the traffic expert. So you were hired and paid by the applicant, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And so, did you consult with emergency services regarding access issues in and out of there?
No.
And your accounts assume typical conditions. You talked about these peak hours. Did you consider worst-case conditions?
Well, we add a background growth factor to conservatively adjust for the time between the counts and when the site's open.
And how is that worst case?
Well, it's a conservative growth factor that's added based on DOT's data, and then, as I said earlier, we added on the trip generation using ITE's estimates, so that it produces in my mind, a conservative projection of peak hour activity.
So when I think of worst-case conditions, I think of Roy's hardware store, who now has Saunders business, and I have here my study of pictures.
Okay,
of
we're not
Park
going to do
Street.
that now.
Okay, but I'm just saying, and I'd like to make it's
No.
kind of hard, I know, but I'm getting
gonna-
to this, okay. My worst-case conditions are what I have here, so I'm asking her, wouldn't the worst-case condition be the deliveries in the surrounding area at Roy's and at the deli and at Rosario's? Because I have living proof here. And 100 pictures on my phone of many months of data of taking pictures of Park Street and Watchung Avenue. So wouldn't you consider those worst-case conditions when traffic peaks during the week and deliveries?
We collected peak hour trip generation. I've
What-
not
but
made
I
it.
heard Tuesdays.
Would you let her answer the question, please?
I've not made a study of deliveries to the various establishments in the area. What I've done is look at the ability of the subject property, the gas station, to accommodate different vehicle maneuvers and deliveries on site.
And so you talked about ITE, the Institute of Transportation of Engineers. We know we can't rely on that because of the light. Some engineers did that. So ITE data is based on national averages. Did you base your study on those national averages? Did you take that in consideration? Or did you just take the neighborhood into consideration?
I took both into consideration. I took actual traffic counts, and then I used the ITE data to make projections of what may happen in the future.
Does the ITE data contain or account for ride shares, Ubers, Amazon?
It collects all vehicles that enter or exit the various research sites. There's thousands of sites that have been studied.
Does it specifically, ITE data, cover ride shares, Uber, Amazon, FedEx?
I don't know. I don't know. There's no way of knowing every type of vehicle that enters and exits at different sites.
Okay. So pedestrians. So when you did your study, did you consider the pedestrian traffic? Did you count that? I know you counted cars, but did you count the pedestrians, the children, the people going to the train? Do you have those statistics?
I answered a question earlier and said I would have to go back to the raw data. I don't have that in front of me right now.
Okay. Did you account for nearby future developments in the area?
Only by applying the background growth rate that I just spoke of.
Say that again?
Only by applying the background growth rate that I just spoke of a few minutes ago.
But that growth rate does not include nearby developments at Watchung Plaza or in Upper Montclair, because there's a traffic overflow from Upper Montclair to Watchung Plaza. Does not include that. You're generic.
No.
Right.
And there was one other development that I don't think is yet approved, and typically we only include traffic associated with approved nearby projects, but I don't know the status of that, if it's been completed yet or not.
Right. You can't guarantee that traffic conditions will not worsen, can you?
Of course not. I can't guarantee anything.
Okay. Do you know about the Montclair, the Vision Zero Montclair plan?
No.
That plan is...
Hold on, don't testify. You asked her the question. She
Okay.
doesn't know anything about it.
Okay. Let's see if I have any more questions here. I think I have everything that I wanted to ask. Okay, well, I'd like to ask the board when I can submit all of my 100 pictures for 3 months that I've taken at Park Street and Watchung Plaza.
At a future hearing, you'll have an opportunity to offer testimony. So, thank you. Is there anybody else? Yes, please.
I was, Gerald Fierce, 259 Park Street. I was hit by a car by some high schoolers who were turning after having lunch at the deli, and legally I was in the crosswalk. Did you actually make any study of statistics of how many people have been hit at that corner?
No, someone else just asked me if I'd been in touch with the police department. I've not done an actual
someone
study.
asked you that. Oh, okay. And you did not speak to the crossing guard?
I did not.
You were there? No. Do you know how many actual, I don't know what to call them, outlets, how many directions traffic is coming from at that corner?
There's 5, plus the one way beyond it into the plaza, but it's 5, including the parking lot.
And then the hardware store also is close enough that traffic comes out of that, right? And then the one over at Milburn Deli, that drive, which is pretty close also. So there are lots of people turning in and out of that street or coming from Watchung, right?
Yes.
Yes. Does that, in all of these statistics, I'm sorry, it's late and the statistics and the speed of them overwhelmed me. I can only speak from the practicality of 50 years of crossing that street. Does all of that commercial outlet of people coming straight across from the plaza, turning left, turning right, does all of that affect these statistics?
Well, it all affects the county's design of the traffic signal and how much green time is given to each approach and how much each pedestrian crossing is given. And there was a comment from someone in the public earlier about a red light but not having the pedestrian crossing at the same time.
Yes.
So all of those things come into play. The county counted all of the legs of the intersection. I would not have expected them to count those nearby driveways, but certainly, as I said in my earlier testimony, you know, this is an area that's developed over time and it's somewhat densely developed. And when I was here several years ago about the 256 application, there was great concern about that intersection and the safety. And so now, what I know is that we've got an intersection that's now controlled. I'm hearing there may be some problems with that. That's new to me today.
Badly designed. But just because I'm sort of like trying to understand what a traffic coordinator does, actually. When cars are turning out of the gas station onto Watchung, right? If they are turning right and then again turning onto Park Street left, which is a very short space, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is there any kind of control of that, you know, as, I mean, the way I was hit was the kids were looking one direction and I was in front of them, and right? And I've also been almost hit several times by, as the light changes, cars just turning left from Park Street onto Watchung. I'm trying to understand how we can put up signs, I guess that's my question, how we can put up signs so people don't make those turns where I don't know if they're blind or if they're just seeing the light change and they step on the gas.
So I think the question in all of that is, if you're turning right out of the site onto Watchung, what regulations, what control is there? And the county, when they designed this intersection, recognized the proximity of the site driveway on Watchung Avenue to the signal and to those turning movements, and that's why they said, no more lefts, you can't have the lefts. And so that is, now how do we impose that? Through regulatory signage. How do we enforce that? Well, sadly, through police presence, and unfortunately, if there's accident history that can be corrected by further restricting movements, those are the types of things that would come next. But the county performed the intersection design and they imposed regulations on the site driveway on Watchung Avenue, and that's what I would have expected them to do.
Okay, so I can blame the county. But in other words, when there's increased traffic coming out of the gas station, as there will be, I think you said 43 extra cars or something, if they turn right onto Watchung, which they're allowed to do, and then make another right with the green light, as they're allowed to do, and I'm in the crosswalk and get hit, as I did.
Well, there should either be no turn on red, or the countdown ped head has to give you enough time to cross, and then that movement should not be permitted.
So until the county does a correction, this is a bad idea.
Well, not a bad idea for the store. The store is a permitted use. The gas station exists. Everything that the site plan is proposing is to better enhance both vehicular and pedestrian safety. I think our architect took you through that at great length, and I would say that the site is developed. And whether or not there is a store there, I don't think that you're going to have an increase that is going to create a negative impact. We've
Do you
looked at
know
those
that
numbers.
about 25 years ago, the application for a store at that location was turned down?
No.
It was.
That wasn't for a store, sir. That was for a bank.
It was for a bank.
Right. Okay, let's move
I
past
don't know.
that.
He had told me a store, and yes, I do remember the bank. You're quite correct.
Okay, do you have
Is there
any
any more
further
No,
questions?
that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does anybody else have questions, please? I know the hour's gotten very late, so please, you're welcome.
Richard DiFabrizio, 273 Park Street. I have a quick question about the study. If the road traffic was, let's say, double what it was when you did the study, would your results have been different?
Probably we would have calculated more like a level of service D exiting the site as opposed to B.
Would you please do a Saturday study when the true danger, the true impact of the traffic can be calculated?
I think that was something the board chairman was considering.
Considering, can we request it?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, I think that if there are no further questions, Mr. Tremblak, seems to me that we should be looking at a continuation of the hearing.
Yes.
Well, let me ask Mr. Tremblak something. I mean, the architect testified. There was a report issued by Neglia, which has a number of outstanding items, which you applicant indicated you were going to comply with. Through the course of this hearing, there were a number of suggestions, which your witness indicated, we'll look at that or we'll do it. And you also indicated that you were going to supplement your traffic report based on some Neglia comments. My question is, would it be wise to make a revised submission to leave a lot of these open items, maybe clean them up, maybe take into consideration some of the board suggestions?
Oh, yeah.
And come in with a plan? It's just a
We're planning
suggestion.
to do that.
Okay.
There were a lot of comments, a lot from Mr. Griffith and others that, yes, we're definitely going to consider and I think submit some revised plans. But that
okay.
shouldn't take very long.
Well, let's look at what the hearing dates are. So what are available hearing dates?
So, Mr. Tremblak, you know, the March meeting is quite full already. There's 3 of the applications that you're managing, and then there's 2 other residential applications. Then the next meeting after that is April 22nd. Then we have May 20th, June 3rd. All of those are available.
Well,
You need Mr. Steck to be available.
Yes,
Yeah.
and I was just going to get to that. Mr. Steck is available on March 25th. I would like to go forward on March 25th because he's available and he's not easy, and I wouldn't want this to drag out much longer. And I know that, I have 3 relatively minor applications on, and I am confident that I can speak to clients and probably postpone 2 of those. So again, because of the fact that this is fresh in the board's mind and Mr. Steck is available in 3 weeks, I would really like to, complete this application on March 25th. I would ask for the matter to be carried till then, and then I'll work out my other scheduling.
You're going to have time to revise plans, and we're going to have time to have them reviewed by Neglia?
I don't think, well, I think the plan revisions are going to be very minor, nothing substantial.
Well, that's up to the board then, if they want to carry it to the March 25th date.
I mean, I think it's a matter of if they can get all of the revisions in by then.
Yeah. I think we can hustle
All right.
up and get.
Well, I think that's what they're asking for. Do you want to make that announcement?
Well, let's do this. First of all, Mr. Tremblak, I don't know where we are with extensions of time, but you'll consent to an extension of
Of
time to
course.
that March 25th date, correct?
Yes, of
So I
course.
think that let's do it by motion. The motion should be to carry this application to the March 25, 2026 meeting at 7:00 PM with no further notice.
All right, is there a motion to that effect?
I'll make the motion.
Is there a second? Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? All right.
Thank you.
All right. Is there a motion? Yes, you have a
Well, I
question?
just want to thank you again for the special meeting, and then thank you especially for staying till almost 11:30.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Special meeting.
Okay.
Again,
All right.
really
Is there,
appreciate it.
thank you. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Wasn't there something?
There was the annual report was listed
I
on the
think
agenda,
we'll
but
carry that
you
to the
could
next meeting.
defer that if you
Yeah.
choose to do
We'll
so.
we'll defer that. Thank you.
Based on the faces
All
of
right.
the
Is there a
board.
second? Is there a second? Is there, I'm sorry, is there a second? All right. All in favor of?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay. I'm coming to you.